Okay. Okay. Sabihan mo na lang ako. Okay. Ayan na. Ayan. Today, lahat na sabihin. Kaya nga, yun lang. Pero, I didn't know this week. They can, three times. The session is called to order. Everybody is required to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghang, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidikdik, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng warangit pagsikta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga atin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. To be delivered by Representative Maria Alana Samantha Santos from the 3rd District of North Cotabato.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. Dear God, we thank you for the blessings that you have given us, despite the weather that we have been experiencing. We hope that despite the calamities the Philippines is currently experiencing, the people of the Philippines will stand strong with the help of the government. And let us hope that the leaders that are present here in plenary, and of course the leaders in their respective municipalities, provinces, and barangays will always prioritize helping the Filipinos to a better nation and also helping the Filipinos to a brighter future. Amen.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session is suspended.
Palaging tumatawag ka. Yung ano ko. Ikot. Hindi sila dumaan sa video. Sila. Illegal. Mas intimidahan na video. Ang laptop pa lang.
Para hindi ka bagay. Dito.
Yung black. 6.9 yung white.
Ano problema eh?
Ah, okay. 8.4? Grabe naman.
Ayun, 7 lang ko din.
Mag-build up lang ko ng bangko. Banakan ko para makabili ng kusina.
Ako, boss.
Paano rin? 6.97 mm yung one. Black.
Eh, Jules, sabi lang yan.
Ibis. Venue. Dimitra. Wala ko. Yung may salvaging ba doon sa Pilipin?
good, good. Ha?
Wala pang roll call pa niya.
Kaya nga eh. Quorum pa.
Oo.
Kasi yung ibang
Nandoon, kapi na.
congressman naglalakad pa. Baka ma-absent sa
Snake roll na lang sana, no? Pero
Oh, stay on.
snake roll talaga.
Hindi, dapat si Secretary yung magpasa kasi slow motion.
Maniniwala ka tapos alas 5
Slow
na.
motion.
Maniniwala ka may congressman na lalakad, umuulan.
Wala, lalangoy. Tayo, di ba?
O, tame. Picture, picture.
Picture. Tayo rin ako.
Ha? O, tayo na tayo. Sige. Okay.
Tayo na ako. Ngayon nandito si Badyo. Bihira lang tayo magkakabi ni Badyo. Okay.
Okay.
Kailan ba ibigay sa amin yan?
Ang ano?
Bukas.
Si Flore. Yan nga rin. Sa sahi. Flore. Majority floor leader.
So, picture nyo.
Hindi ko deputy.
Sambuanga City yun. Sa City.
Gandang lalaki mo, partner. Ayun pala, ulam. Utang na, oh.
Boss Tony, Boss Tony.
Kamusta sa inyo? Ang iba hindi na yun makarating dahil baha. Lalo na doon sa Central Luzon. Region 4 eh. Oh, Region 4. Region 2, Region 1. Pero mas malapad mo ang LC 200 kaysa LC 300. Malapad. Ang ano lang, medyo matitig tapos Double one turbo. Turbo siya. Ganda yung LC200 dahil lapan.
Opo, kapalawan.
Ganda sa kwan. Ilang 300. Tapos D6. LC200. Mayon sa akin.
Boss, ulit nga yung number, boss. Itong ulit yung number.
0917 309 8008. Hindi ba ko?
Hindi mo ano?
Viber? Ang Viber ko, number na ko.
Ayaw mo sa tao doon.
Yung apo ko. Ha? Wala.
Try ko, nasend ko na.
Ano bang iwan? Ihampas ko na lang ito. Wala itong...
Yes, sir, ano na lang natin, yes, sir. Ano na lang natin, airdrop na lang, sir.
Yung airdrop yung number na yun. Udil 2006 yung sa akin kung pili ko kay Sirilis. Bulletproof na pero 1.8 million na. Issue pa hanggang ngayon. Napak na ako na puro niyong ubos yung niyong. Grabe
Boss,
yung,
ayan na, boss. Okay na.
grabe yung bulletproofing. Yung gulong, hindi mo matanggal yung guma. Takbo pa ng 35 to 40 kilometers. Abot ka pala ng police station. Dahil nga, pag maubos mo ng cheese bag na ako naman, paano ang binigyan? Probinsya. Writing in Tanzania.
Para makaano. Pero ito na, si Justin na nag-work out ako.
Natago rin kasi yung mga unit ngayon.
Opo. Sobra po. Sobra po. Boss, hindi. Bago pa naman.
Patawag ko yan dito yung mga patawag ko ito
Mga financial, boss.
para sabi, pag na lang kung yan kita ng isa dyan.
Okay na, boss.
Sige,
Libre pa po. Pero yun talaga, boss, yung alak ako.
6 lang yan. 6 lang yan.
Financial kasi, kukunin nila ng SRT with funding first. Tumataas na Opo.
Walang pinta pa rin yung Toyota distributor. Wala nagpinta yun.
Na makuha mo na lang unit doon, yung malalaking unit. Yan, yung mga unit. Pero yung mga, lalo yung mga bago.
Yung coaster, nakakuha ka ba doon? Wala namang mag-order noon.
Tourer, coaster, meron?
Yung tourer, agawan din yung tourer.
Sa amin, naging gusto.
Yung coaster ang wala.
Coaster na nakarami, may unit
Dads, kumusta?
Takbuhin ba? Ah, wala. Pardon.
Dali lang yan, boss. Pagka ano,
Sayad
sino
yun
sa
sa...
black market place.
Yung Alpar ko na yun. Sayad yun.
Tsaka yung ano, boss, ibang insurance naman. Malaki insurance.
Sayad man dahil ang ganun lang ka-call. Hindi lang kung dito pagdating na probinsya. Itong milyon niya, di ba?
Pagka bumili sa amin ng Alfred, pag nakita namin yung computation, malaki pa sa NZ, boss.
Alpha sa LC. IPA lang ang insurance doon. Third party liability. Makasagasa lang. Eh kung sunugin yan sa NPA, di bahala na. Si ano rin naman ang NPA doon sa doon. Tindahan ni Coke. Naubos na. Alam mo. Tak. At ako rin.
Naubos na, boss.
Wala na ngayon. Tingnan yung mga pag ganon lang eh. Dumami ngayon. Shampoo. Shampoo talaga grabe. Pati sa bulubundukin. Kasi swap na eh. Yung biik, pato, dok, kambing. Grabe, makaganon lang. Kalaban ah. Ang mali lang doon ay ayaw mo yung Christian edition. Kasal tayong lahat. Pagdating doon, Kuya, siyempre, dapat tawagin mo yung mga general. Pag hindi kayo makahulog, hindi kayo makapatay ng drug lord, papatayin ko kayo ng general. Sabi mo pa, patayin mo kayo. Bawal sa akin yung kailang buhay ay sigurado. Ayaw niya. Pagdating ko,
Hindi naman. Medyo malinaw. Nakalagay doon ang timeline.
White na, ang 1%. Surrender.
Kasi dadaan pa lang. Depende sa Apro. Sa Tagal. Pag tumasa sa Apro, November, December, pwede, pag tumasa sa Apro, December,
Ayun, ganun pa. Nakatulog.
Ikaw eh.
Ha?
Ari rostro mo.
Ha?
Ano na balera? Balera ka o nasa opisina?
Tayo sa pinakang daan ko eh.
Kung ipeskuhan sa okay, may pagkuhan ko kaya ang tinanda daw mamaw. Itong request na daw sa Office of the Vice President sa school building. Eh, ano yung hapon na lang, no? Hindi pa magkano sa rin ito. Labing pag
Nanalo yan. Nanalo siya ng
oh, okay.
nakupuno. O, yun na. Yun. Ayun. Ganito yun. Bisaya. Absent ka ba?
Asim, student, paano yan? Bari. Ito ba? Bagli. Huwag may kumikihiring, ako tuwan.
Sinasabi, tinatanong ko yung namin. Boss Ed, tinatanong yung numbers ng
Tanawa ka.
minority, ng makabayan.
Basta yung tawag isa ito. Eh, kung yan,
Lain na ba? Na? Wah, nakuha 1.2 naman ako 700 million, no? Sa ko na kayo. Sa province ko na. Ako na kayo na pa na. Ako 1.2. 1.2 lang ako.
ng 150. Ano? Natigas.
Laos balindong mo. Kuyaw ka. Ito siguro na to. Pagdi ba? Expert to? Ako nga sa pagdi mo ano ba?
Sa Patiros, kahit tayo ng puro.
Balo kaya itong karihuratan to ah.
Wala puro.
May alam magana.
Patiros tayo kahit ng palas.
Sirman. Ganigay ko na. Yung minor na to, baliho na to. Kasi ko ano, busing. Busing. Kahit kalingkod, dahil ko lang dito.
Ang hirap kausapin mga congressman, mga lakwatsero.
Bugiro. Nanguli na lang, Gop. Uli na lang.
Balik man sa
Amo to sila.
Okay.
Session resumed.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of the members.
Roll call of members, honorable representatives, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Coanco Jaime, Coanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, De Maporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matstura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmarior, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yap Divina Grace, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri.
Not yet, they're still counting it kasi may pumasok po kung speaker. But may quorum doon. Meron. Kahit tentative lang, huwag mo nang hintayin lahat. Pwede mo rectify later. Sayang yung oras. Diba, i-ratio muna. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 196 members responded to the call.
With 196 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Mr. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the certified true copy of the certificate issued by the Commission on Elections, which states that Mr. Erwin T. Tulfo is the new nominee number 3 of GSIS party list, which entitles him to sit as representative in the House of Representatives of the Congress of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the aforementioned certificate of proclamation, I move that we allow the Honorable Erwin T. Tulfo, representative of GSIS party list, to take his oath in open session.
is there any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to call Representative Erwin T. Tulfo of the GSIS party list to take his oath before this body. May I request the members of the House of Representatives and all our guests in the galleries to please rise to witness the oath-taking of our new member. Kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I,
Erwin T. Tulfo,
of Barangay Damayang Lagi, Quezon City,
Barangay Bayang Lagi, Quezon City,
having been elected as Representative, Anti-Crime and Terrorism Community Involvement and Support, Inc., Act CIS Party List,
having been elected as Representative Anti-Crime and Terrorism Community Involvement and Support Incorporated, Party
Here-
list,
hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my
the
ability,
duties of my present position
the duties of my present position,
and of all others
of all others
I may hereafter hold
I may hereafter
under
hold
the Republic of the Philippines,
under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the
and
same,
that I will obey all the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I will obey all the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, in order to allow our members to meet and extend their greetings to the Honorable Erwin T. Tulfo of ACT-CIS Party List, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
session suspended.
Parang ano eh, parang hindi ka matinag ha. Sabihan ko po yun. Punta na ako dyan. Ako naman. Pare. Kung bigay sa akin. Hindi ko makukuha yung ginagawa ko pala yung tela. Nandito Ronald. Ba tayo?
Wala kayo ngayon, ha? Mahirap na.
Happy birthday!
My boss.
Nilalamig. Kanilang ulit.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 3, dated July 26, 2023, were already distributed to the members, I move that we dispense with the reading of the said journal and consequently for its approval. I so move.
Is
Madam
there any
Speaker.
objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried. Journal number 3, dated July 26, 2023, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions for approval, for consideration on first reading, as well as committee reports and communication. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and of bills and resolutions in the reference of business.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 8595 to increase the cash assistance for non-teaching personnel of the DepEd by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8596 converting the barangay road from Asuncion in Maasin City to Poco, Bontoc, Southern Leyte into a national road by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 8597 regulating noise pollution by creating the Noise Pollution Control Board by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 8598 declaring the Congressman Edelmiro A. Amante Sr. Mapaso Resort and Adventure Nature Park in Santiago, Agusan del Norte as an ecotourism zone by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 8599 converting the Northern Mindanao School of Fisheries in Buenavista, Agusan del Norte into the Northeastern Mindanao Polytechnic Institute by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8600 amending certain provisions of the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016 by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8601 mandating the formulation, financing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a comprehensive and multi-year Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino strategy, establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 8602 establishing a Revenue District Office of the BIR in Tubod, Lanao del Norte by Representatives Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid and Dimaporo City Amina.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 8603 declaring July 27 of every year as a special national working holiday in commemoration of the founding anniversary of Iglesia ni Cristo by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 8604 declaring December 18th of each year as Adlaw ni Graciano Lopez Haina, a special non-working holiday in the entire Western Visayas region by Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8605 and 8606 converting the satellite campuses of the Bukidnon State University in Medina and Talisayan, Misamis Oriental into regular campuses of the Bukidnon State University to be known as into the Bukidnon State University Medina and Bukidnon State University Talisayan respectively by Representative Unabia.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 8607, converting the LTO Sorsogon District Office into a Class C LTO District Office by Representative Escudero.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 8611 and 8612, establishing the Rapu-Rapu and Manito Albay TESDA Training and Assessment Centers, respectively, by Representatives Co. Elizalde and Bungalon.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 8613, creating the Metropolitan Naga Development Authority, by Representative Bordado.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 8614, enabling banks to expand service delivery channels through cash agents, by Representative Kua.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 8615, providing for a new chapter of the Development Bank of the Philippines, by Representative Kua.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 8616, providing barangay officials, including barangay tanods, members of the lupon ng tagapamayapa, barangay health workers, and barangay daycare workers, a retirement benefit,
To
by
the committee-
Representative Ko Angelica Natasha.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 8617, declaring Rubas, Haro, Leyte as an ecotourism site, providing for its development, by Representative Javier.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 8618, declaring the Calabato Hot Springs and Eco Park and its premises located in Bukawan, La Paz, Leyte as a tourist spot, by Representative Javier.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 8619, declaring Silawa Falls in Villa Conzoilo, Haro, Leyte as an ecotourism site, by Representative Javier.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 8620, institutionalizing the development of dentists to the barrios, by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 8621, reducing wastage by donating and recycling excess edible food, by Representative Reyes.
to the Special Committee on Food Security,
House Bill 8622, amending RA 10973 by further granting the Director of the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group the authority to administer oath and to use subpoena and subpoena duces tecum, by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 8623, concerning civil liability and compensation for nuclear damage, by Representative Juanco Mark.
to the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy,
House Bill 8624, declaring November 12th of every year a special non-working holiday in Talagocon, Agusan del Sur, in commemoration of its founding anniversary and Pangadu Festival, by Representatives Bascug and Plaza.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 8625, providing for the conversion of certain roads all located in the province of Catarlac into a national road, by Representative Juanco Jaime.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 8626, providing for the conversion of certain roads all in the province of Gumiras into national roads, by Representative Nava.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 8627, mandating the special discount granted to PWDs in the purchase of basic necessities and prime commodities, by Representative Corvera.
to the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities,
House Bill 8628, mandating the special discount granted to senior citizens in the purchase of basic necessities and prime commodities, by Representative Corvera.
to the Committee on Senior Citizens,
Resolutions. House Resolution 1127, the House of Representatives expressing warmest felicitations and congratulations to the Iglesia ni Cristo on its 109th founding anniversary celebration, by Representative Olivares.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1128, congratulating and commending Filipino athlete Chris Samuel T. Delfin for winning the gold medal in the Earnest Men's Individual Annual Non-Traditional Open Weapon category in the 32nd SEA Games held in Cambodia last May 5 to 17, 2023, by Representative Violago.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1129, urging the Committee on Human Rights to immediately conduct an investigation on the filing of trumped-up charges under the anti-terror law against human rights defenders in Southern Tagalog, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1130, calling for an investigation on the rampant predatory and abusive lending practices, including harassment and imposition of exorbitant interest rates by lending companies, by Representative Briones.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1131, enjoining the House Committee on Public Accounts, House Committee on Local Government, Bureau of Local Government, Finance of the Department of Finance, the DILG, the DepEd, and the COA to conduct an inquiry on the utilization of the Special Education Fund by Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1132, directing the DOTR to fund the necessary upgrades for night flight operations for the Osamis Airport in Misamis Occidental by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 1133, expressing the sincerest gratitude and support to the President of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., for the establishment of the country's first border inspection facility in Angat, Bulacan, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Resolution 1134, congratulating and commending the Philippine team for winning their first ever match at the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup held at New Zealand, by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1135, urging the Committee on the Welfare of Children and the Committee on Human Rights to immediately conduct an investigation on the spate of aerial bombings conducted by the military and its impact on the situation and well-being of children, by Representatives Brosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1136, urging the House Committee on Public Order and Safety to conduct an inquiry on the incident of inmate Michael Cataroja, who was reported missing from the maximum security compound of the new Bilibid prison of the Bucor, by Representative Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Yap Edvic.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1137, congratulating and commending the Filipinas, the Philippine women's football team, for its historic win in the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, by Representative Guwa.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1138, directing the Energy Regulatory Commission to issue an amended format of electricity bills to exclude subsidies from the computation of VAT on gross receipts in the sale of electricity, by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Resolution 1139, directing the Energy Regulatory Commission to disallow the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines from collecting its franchise tax as a passed-on charge and initiate the refund process for the overcharged amounts to its consumers, by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Energy.
Communications. Letter dated May 23, 2023 of the Japan International Cooperation Agency Chief Representative, submitting to the House a copy of their 2022 annual report entitled Creating a Better Future Together.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Various letters, email, and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund, LGSF.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated May 29, 2023 of the OIC Director for COA Regional Office 2, furnishing the House of Representatives with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain state universities and college.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated June 2, 2023 of the DOST Director, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, submitting to the House copies of certain reports as of May 31, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated June 6, 2023 of the Cagayan Provincial Budget Officer, Province of Cagayan, submitting to the House a copy of their report on the Quick Response Fund under the Local Disaster Risk Reduction Management Fund for calendar year 2020.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated June 8, 2023 of the DBM Secretary, submitting to the House a copy of their Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursements, and Balances of the National Government Agencies for the quarter ending March 31, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated June 9, 2023 of the Sandigan Bayan, Presiding Justice, furnishing the House with a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation as of June 9, 2023 of the COA's annual audit report and management letter for calendar year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated June 3, 2023 of the Regional Director, COA Regional Office 1, furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain state university and colleges.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated June 16, 2023 of the Acting Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, BSP, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Report to Congress of DOLE and Department of Migrant Workers from July to December 2022 entitled Semi-Annual Report of the Philippine Overseas Labor Offices, now Migrant Workers Offices, for the second semester of 2022.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
Annual audit reports on certain water districts.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual audit reports on certain state universities for the year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual audit report on the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization for the year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 694, 695, and 696 submitted by the Committee on Tourism on House Bill numbers 8608, 8609, and 8610.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker,
The Honorable Marcoleta is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a question of privilege.
What is the nature of the matter on which the Honorable Marcoleta rises?
I wish to formally react to the speech of the good mayor of the city of Baguio, Benjamin Magalong.
The Speaker, the Honorable Marcoleta has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bible says, do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. On July 3, 2023, the city mayor of Baguio spoke before the personnel of the Philippine National Police at its headquarters in Quezon City in its flag-raising ceremony. Initially, Madam Speaker, he spoke about technology and governance, how local governments can enhance the way they govern, the way they process, the way they manage local government units. Surprisingly, he discarded, as he said, his prepared speech, and he allegedly talked from his heart and from his mind. He talked about the mounting national budget of the country. He said about 13.86 trillion pesos, taking swipe at the former President Rodrigo Duterte, saying that in his term, the national budget rose to 142%. And he said he's very much worried. He said that only a few raise hell. And at that point, he said that he himself and some of his colleagues in the PNP are prepared to contribute reasonable part of their pension to address the national budget. But suddenly, he turned and point an accusing finger to the legislature. Mabuti po, Madam Speaker, basahin ko po yung parte ng kanyang sinabi. Ito po, and I quote, pero nakakalungkot, nothing have we heard from our legislators that they are willing to give up their pork barrels. Nakakalungkot na meron na nga silang tinatawag na porsyento sa bawat project hindi pa nagsawa. May porsyento na nga sila pa ang contractor, sila pa rin ang supplier. Hintayin natin kung anong sasabihin ng ating mga magigiting na legislators. Hintayin natin silang magsalita. Hopefully, one of them will come out in the open and tell us it is about time that legislators should also give a big contribution to address a national government issue, especially on our national debt. Big words, Madam Speaker. It is as if the good mayor of Baguio would like to portray himself as the knight in shining armor, armed with a silver bullet to address corruption in this country. I'd like to believe that he is trying to project himself as the Hercules of Greece in mythology, who was tried to cleanse the Augean stables, the modern reference of graft and corruption, Madam Speaker. And so this representation initially reacted in his program several days ago. Armed with the annual audit report of COA ending December 31, 2022, this representation pointed out that 347 development projects prioritized by the city of Baguio were never implemented. They are worth 943 million pesos, Madam Speaker. So the intended purpose, the intended socio-economic and environmental services to the targeted beneficiaries were not delivered. A portion of that audit report, Madam Speaker, also showed that 40 of the ongoing partially implemented projects were terminated because they incurred substantial negative slippage. 26 of them, valued 40 million pesos, incurred negative 15%. What does this mean, Madam Speaker? This means that there is no actual monitoring and supervision of the projects. The COA said the required detailed engineering activities were never undertaken. The total of those 40 ongoing projects is 96 million pesos, Madam Speaker. The funds received from DPWH intended to construct a multipurpose building and the athletic oval bowl in Burhan Park, Madam Speaker, were used to pay the progress billing of a separate city project in violation of the project's Memorandum of Agreement and in violation of the GAA of 2021. That's diversion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the accounts of the special education tax and the real property tax amounting to 456 million pesos could not be ascertained. Why? Because of the unreconciled difference between the reported balance of the city accounting office and the reported tax due of the city treasury office in the amount of 265 million pesos, or a discrepancy of some 191 million pesos. By December 31, 2022, the total unsettled notice of disallowances and charges, Madam Speaker, as audited by COA, totaled 235 million pesos. Even the local disaster reduction management fund in the total of 405 million pesos, only 106 million pesos were utilized, Madam Speaker, showing a utilization rate of 26%. Why? Why do they have to withhold the services that are due to the constituents of Baguio? Why is it that COA was able to note a time deposit of the city of Baguio in the amount of 4.3 billion pesos? Bakit hindi po nila gastahin? These are supposed to mitigate the effects of the environment, to shield and protect the people of Baguio. Bakit po iipunin ang 4.3 billion pesos in the treasury, in the banks, at hindi gamitin? Hinamon ko po siya sa aking program, sabi ko, if you're listening, Mayor Magalong, okay naman po yung contribution ng inyong pension, kung gusto po ninyo. Pero maliit po yun. Why don't you give up the confidential fund? Kasi po, meron po kayong confidential fund, according to reports, about 2 million pesos per year. Siguro magsimula po kayo doon, and then kung meron po kayong maitulong, at na iba pa, makausap nyo yung ibang mga mayors. Whatever amount that you will be able to produce, I will ask the leadership of Congress to match that, maybe 5 times of the amount that you will be able to produce, so that we can address the problem of our national budget. Pero huwag kang magpaparatang. Do not point the accusing finger to the legislature. The legislature is much more greater than the sum total of its parts. Do not generalize. With this qualified accounts of COA, Madam Speaker, the case of Mayor Magalong is like the pot telling the kettle black. Para pong sinabi po nung palayok, o ikaw kawali, ang itim-itim mo. Nasabi ko rin po sa programa ko, Madam Speaker, na maraming illegal gambling dyan sa'yo. Doon lamang sa harap po ng City Hall, doon sa Otek Street, right at the tip of the nose of the Mayor of Baguio City, meron pong pasugalan doon. In Dapay, in Ligarda area, doon sa Kayang Hilltop, in Magsaysay area, sa Buknawan, ang dami pong pasugalan. Inamin niya po yun. Sabi niya, hindi ko naman problema yung mga pasugalan. Trabaho ng pulis yan. Sino po ba ang naglalagay ng pulis sa isang syudad, Madam Speaker? Hindi naman ako kanya kumukuha kung ano man ang nagaganap sa pasugalan. Kung hindi ka nagkakaroon, bakit hindi mo ipasara o ipatigil? Masyado naman yatang obvious yun. Sabi pa niya, Madam Speaker, huwag niyong pakikialaman ng Baguio. Ayaw mo palang pakialaman ng Baguio, ba't pinakikialaman mo ang legislature? Did he forget, Madam Speaker, that Congress, aside from legislative functions, meron po tayong dalawa pang natitirang functions. This is the power to conduct inquiry in aid of legislation, as well as the oversight function of Congress. Kaya po natin silang ipatawag. Huwag po niyang sasabihin na huwag pakialaman ang Baguio. Dahil hindi naman sa kanya ang Baguio. Nung nagpa-interview po siya sa radyo and television, he was asked to name names. But he refused to name names. Ang sabi po niya, I cannot do that. If I name names, I will be put in a very, very adverse situation. How come that he so appeared like he cares about our country? That he loved the country, that he showed patriotism and heroism. But he cannot face, he is not brave enough to face the consequences of his action. Madam Speaker, there was a challenge posed by the Bible thousands of years ago. He who is without sin should cast the first stone. With all due respect and in all candor, Madam Speaker, I do not believe that the mayor of Baguio City has the moral integrity or the rectitude to cast the first stone. No one is, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the personal and collective speech of the Honorable Marcoleta to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of Representative Margarita Attorney Migs Nograles of PBA Party List, namely Mr. Rafael Luis Jacinto Salice, law student from Davao City, Mr. Sam Anthony Jacinto Salice, Ateneo de Davao University, Mr. Jose Godardo Anilio Jacinto, University of Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Franco Mateo Anilio Jacinto, Philippine Science High School, Main Campus.
To the guests of Representative Margarita B. Nograles, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chair declares a privilege hour.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the lady, Representative Marisa Delmar Magsino of OFW Party List be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Rep. Marisa Delmar Magsino of the OFW Party List is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, Speaker Ferdinand Romualdez, Majority Leader Manny Dalipe, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan, to all our guests, fellow workers in government, a pleasant afternoon. Madam Speaker, my privileged speech today is about the consultation of our overseas Filipino workers and Filipino communities in South Korea and Hong Kong. Madam Speaker, today communication with the use of digital devices and a wide array of computer software applications has a profound influence on our relative perception of physical distance and human interaction in space and time. It is now possible for people to meet, talk, and discuss, notwithstanding the geographical space separating them. Despite that, for me, there is nothing better than personal interaction. Thus, last June 9 to 13, 2023, this representation flew to South Korea to meet with our overseas Filipino workers and various stakeholders to gain a comprehensive understanding of their situation and concerns in said host country. Being the legislator representing our OFWs in the current Congress, it is important for this representation to see firsthand how our OFWs are faring in their host countries and to personally listen to their sentiments and suggestions in order to determine programs and policy remedies needed to address their concerns. Recognizing that each host country presents its own challenges, we need to pursue appropriate and country-specific approaches rather than applying a blanket solutions to the problems of our OFWs actively employed abroad. Incidentally, Madam Speaker, South Korea is the second host country officially visited by this representation, the OFW party list, following a similar official trip to Indonesia in 2022, inspired by the same objectives and approach. The official visit in South Korea kicked off with this representation attending the Pistang Pinoy sa Korea 2023 in celebration of the 125th Philippine Independence Day and the 28th Annual Migrant Workers Day, with about 1,000 OFWs present. This event was the first major gathering of Filipinos in South Korea after 3 years due to the COVID-19 restrictions, showcasing the best of Filipino culture and arts. While the mood was festive, the air was also filled with a great sense of patriotism and national pride. This representation was fortunate not only for the opportunity to share the occasion with our OFWs, but for experiencing a seemingly surreal moment of demonstration of the Filipino identity and celebration of our national independence in a foreign land. However, Madam Speaker, the true high point of this representation's visit was the town hall meeting with the leaders of the Filipino communities in South Korea. With Philippine Ambassador to South Korea, our hardworking Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega, and Labor Attaché Maria Celeste Valderrama in attendance. The meeting centered on the challenges faced by our roughly 60,000 OFWs in South Korea, mainly abuses and exploitation committed against them, including illegal recruitment and human trafficking, contract switching, investment scams, violations of labor standards, particularly among our seasonal workers and their vulnerabilities arising from their undocumented stay. A very alarming issue that came out of the discussions is the existence of the so-called LGU to LGU arrangements between the Philippines and South Korea in the recruitment of our beloved OFWs, which is allegedly being exploited in perpetuating violations of the labor rights of our overseas workers covered by the arrangements. Apparently, under the arrangement called Seasonal Workers Program, local government units in South Korea invite seasonal workers from the Philippines to work in any farming, agricultural, fishing villages for 3 to 5 months through Memorandum of Understanding with counterpart LGUs without going through the screening process of the DMW or the Department of Migrant Workers, thus leaving a loophole for possible abuses and anomalies. This representation has brought this matter to the attention of the Department of Interior and local government and personally talked to Secretary Benhar Abalos for its investigation and appropriate action on the issue. But what is utterly revolting, Madam Speaker, are the nefarious activities being committed by our fellow Filipinos against our OFWs. There are complaints against recruitment agencies in the country which facilitate the hiring of OFWs, mainly artists, entertainers, and cultural workers who only fall victims to prostitution and human trafficking. There are also charges of complicity of some Filipinos in the commission of massive investment scams in South Korea, victimizing our OFWs. The scheme has to date reportedly netted 150 million pesos of blood money from our OFWs in South Korea. Then, there are the alleged extortion activities of corrupt personnel of the Bureau of Immigration who prevent our OFWs from preventing and departing the country unless for a price. But this time, with a twist in their long-running ploy. This time, Madam Speaker, they victimized previously undocumented OFWs returning to South Korea with a valid visa after having been granted amnesty by the South Korean government. In response, this representation on behalf of the OFW party list and with the concurrence of our embassy officials therein present, committed to take concrete steps to address these problems that burden our OFWs in South Korea. Just recently, we coordinated with the law enforcement and concerned agencies in the Philippines, particularly with the National Bureau of Investigation, or NBI, to investigate the alleged illegal recruitment and extortion activities, investment scams, and other fraudulent activities that victimize our OFWs and to identify the perpetrators, particularly the Filipino accomplices, to the extent possible and cause the prosecution to the full breadth of the law. Madam Speaker, this representation is cognizant that these measures are easier said than done, but to default is not an option, and nothing will ever be achieved unless we try and persist. With that said, our OFWs are worth our efforts. In 2022, Madam Speaker, as reported by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, $811.72 million worth of remittances came from our OFWs in South Korea. And it is projected to increase in the years to come as more of our deployed migrant workers work to South Korea. Madam Speaker, this representation on behalf of the OFW party list, together with our embassy officials in South Korea, Ambassador Teresa Dizon de Vega, Labor Attaché Valderrama, also had the rare opportunity to visit the National Assembly of South Korea and met with our counterpart representative in South Korea, Cho Jung-hoon, who introduced a proposed legislation allowing foreign migrants to work as household service workers in their country, but the catch, with a different wage system that appears to offer lower minimum wages. Although the proposal is laudable, we express our concern on the need to fine-tune the package in order to safeguard the rights of foreign household service workers, particularly our prospective OFWs, consistent with the labor standards enshrined in the ILO conventions, primarily on fair remuneration and against discrimination, and other applicable laws of both the host and the source countries. This is an important concern in the light of the fact that the most vulnerable to abuses and maltreatment among our OFWs are our household service workers, as demonstrated by many such cases in the Middle East countries. Hence, it is also vital to consider the readiness of employers and institutions in South Korea in taking in household service workers with respect to guaranteeing their workers fair wages and just treatment. We have made sure that these concerns were respectfully and cordially communicated to the host South Korean officials during the high government level meeting. After all, Filipino household service workers are very much sought after all over the world for their known competence and trustworthiness. Significantly, we have learned from this meeting that dialogues of this kind provide avenues for stronger and more effective coordination with host countries on labor migration issues, which in turn enhance our efforts in reshaping local policies towards the promotion of the rights and welfare of our OFWs. Madam Speaker, this representation also had the chance to visit the Seoul Foreign Residence Center, a facility run by an NGO and dedicated to addressing common issues of foreign residents and workers in South Korea, such as resettlement, assimilation of the Korean culture, and labor rights violations. Accompanied by our Consul General Romulo Victor Israel Jr., Vice Consul Jillian Joyce de Dumo Cornista, this representation discussed with the Center's Director Kim Dong-hoon and his officers the concerns of our OFWs in achieving their harmonious integration into the communities of their residents and workplaces. The meeting underscores the need to establish active partnerships with foreign private organizations engaged in similar advocacies in the host countries of our OFWs as allies on the ground to strengthen our networking and monitoring activities. This representation also took time to drop by our Migrant Workers Office in South Korea. The MWO, which under Republic Act number 1164, has absorbed all the powers and existing functions of the Philippine Overseas Labor Offices, or POLOS, the Office for the Social Welfare Attaché, and of the existing Assistance to Nationals units of the Foreign Service Post with regards to OFWs and the Philippine embassies and consulates. The MWO is now the overseas operating arm of the newly created DMW, tasked to protect the rights and promote the welfare of our OFWs. The visit enabled this representation to be apprised of the various assistance the MWO provides to our OFWs in South Korea, as well as see firsthand the halfway house where our distressed OFWs may stay prior to repatriation when needed. Madam Speaker, in realization, this representation on behalf of the OFW party list shall endeavor the DMW the required funding and request for the aid for the funding for the establishment of similar MWOs in other host countries where there are significant numbers of OFWs as mandated in the law. By doing so, we shall be able to provide better services and assistance to a greater number of our OFWs in other countries where they are. Just recently, Madam Speaker, last June 17 to 20 this year, this representation also officially traveled to Hong Kong and met with the Philippine Consulate General, Raleigh Tejada, to discuss the working conditions of more than 200,000 OFWs in the Special Administrative Region, who accounted for $732.36 million remittances in 2022, a great majority of whom are household service workers. For many decades now, the Philippines has been a major source of our household service workers in Hong Kong. On this occasion, this representation and the Consulate General Tejada thresh out the pressing issues affecting our OFWs in Hong Kong. Foremost are the proposed regulations on contract termination and preventing our migrant household workers from leaving their employers to seek for another job. These regulatory proposals from the authorities of the host territory could potentially disadvantage our OFWs. In response, a consensus was forged that the Philippine Consulate shall make proper representation to Hong Kong authorities to address this concern, and for this representation to align efforts of the office and the OFW party list towards the same direction. It has also come to the attention of the OFW party list the rampant pawning of Philippine passports involving unscrupulous Filipinos in Hong Kong out for material gain at the expense of our cash-strapped fellow Filipinos. This is an abhorrent activity that smacks the sanctity of the Philippine passports as official public documents that should not be made subject of any commercial transaction, let alone unauthorized agreements. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, this representation has been assured by our consulate officials in Hong Kong that they have been taking strict measures to discourage the practice under pain of non-assistance to OFWs who will encounter problems with their passport as a result of involvement in this kind of scheme. Madam Speaker, these visits have been effective mechanisms in informing our OFWs of the government and the OFWs party list programs for their benefit and that of their families. As the lone representative in this August chamber, this representation and the OFW party list can do no less and shall continue to engage in similar visits to other countries, where many of our OFWs toil to earn their living, to be with them and make them feel their importance to us, even for momentarily. To be honest, Madam Speaker, this representation, we have to deal with the tedious process of making arrangements and with the other stakeholders partaking in the needed preparations, not to mention the entailing cost. But this representation shall not be daunted, Madam Speaker. With the strong support of the leadership of our beloved Speaker Martin Romualdez, this representation shall continue to pursue these undertakings, always bearing in mind that our OFWs deserve no less. Madam Speaker, para po sa ating mga OFWs, para po sa OFW party list, kayo po ang bida. This is your Congresswoman Marisa Del Mar Magsino na nagsasabing, mahal ko po kayo. God bless us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker, my fellow colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sam Versosa for his interpellation.
The Honorable Sam Versosa is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to manifest my support to my colleague, Congresswoman Marisa Del Mar Magsino of the OFW party list in her special attention in protecting our OFWs. Kasama po kami sa tutuktuin party list sa pag-suporta at laban sa mga karapatan ng ating mga OFWs. Malaking tulong po ang ginagawa ng ating mga kasamahan para protektahan at isulong ang karapatan ng ating mga kababayang OFWs. It is high time that we call on the help of the National Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Immigration, and the Department of Migrant Workers to crack down on illegal recruiters that prey on Filipinos, especially the poor who wish to work abroad. Pinaghirapang pera po nila ang ninanakaw ng mga illegal recruiters. Suportado ko rin po ang pagpapahuli at pagpaparusa sa mga corrupt government officials na kasabwat pa ng mga illegal recruiters. Pasakit po sila sa buhay ng ating mga OFWs. I call on the support of this August Chamber for the continuous dialogues with the countries where our OFWs work and to work together with them in making policies and pushing legislations that will protect the rights of our OFWs. Malaking bahagi po ang ating mga OFW sa paglakas ng ekonomiya dahil sa laki ng kanilang contributions sa pamamagitan ng kanilang remittances. Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleagues, sana pagtulungan po natin ang issue na ito at sama-sama tayo sa pagtutok sa karapatan ng ating mga OFWs saan mang bahagi sa buong mundo. Maraming salamat po at magandang araw sa ating lahat.
Thank you so much, Kong Sam Versosa. Tutok to win, I love you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Midi Kua.
The Honorable Midi Kua is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by lauding our esteemed colleague, Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino of the OFW Party List, for her tireless efforts in pursuing policies for the benefit of every overseas Filipino worker. Ma'am, maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo. In relation to Representative Magsino's privileged speech, please allow me to express 3 points. First, this representation wishes to put on record its full support to the call for sufficient funding for the Department of Migrant Workers, particularly for the establishment of migrant workers' offices in host countries where there are significant numbers of OFWs. Second, this representation also joins Representative Magsino in her efforts to find policy solutions to the issues and challenges faced by our OFWs. These issues surfaced during official visits of Representative Magsino to Indonesia, South Korea, and Hong Kong. In relation, this representation appeals to the Department of the Interior and Local Government and the Department of Migrant Workers to look into the issue of LGU to LGU arrangements between the Philippines and South Korea. This representation also calls on our law enforcement agencies to look into persistent issues on human trafficking and extortion activities of corrupt government personnel, as well as emerging issues such as investment scams targeting OFWs. Finally, this representation believes that the Congress should collectively exhaust all means to pursue dialogue with our counterpart in host countries. Be it noted, our duty as legislators goes beyond our territories and extends to each and every overseas Filipino. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Midi Kua. God bless us. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Benny Abante.
The Honorable Benny Abante is recognized.
May I be allowed to please just ask some clarificatory questions to our dear OFW party list Congresswoman?
Please proceed.
Hindi po sana ako magtatanong, pero naalala ko lang. Napakalaki ng problema natin sa human trafficking sa OFW. I'd like to find out from our distinguished Congresswoman what your party list is doing to check on the human trafficking problem.
Thank you so much for that, Madam Speaker. Kong Abante, of course. First of all, ang ating pong OFW party list, modesty aside, 2017, we launched the anti-trafficking OFW movement, kung saan tayo po ang chairwoman, with then President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. And we have at least 20 biggest organizations of the land, like the Philippine Chamber of Commerce, Management Association of the Philippines, National Real Estate Association, and more. So, lahat po itong mga organizations na ito, we were able to have an MOU with them, and since 2017, we are already fighting human trafficking. But I didn't even know that I will be in the August chamber and will be running to be a congresswoman in a party list. And I would like to say that we never stop. Mula po noon until now, we have repatriated our fisher folks who were victims of human trafficking, and we personally welcome them sa airport po. They are about 45 already po na naging biktima ng human trafficking. Aside from that, yung pong naging victims of the Golden Triangle, kung saan po almost less than 10 yung napauwi po natin. I'm not sure about the numbers anymore. But the very good thing about is that we opened the mind that though they are already lost on human trafficking, I think the more that we talk about it, the more information dissemination, the more that we really strive hard to make them realize that trafficking is not just a joke. And for the information of our August Chamber, human trafficking is already 150 billion US dollars in profit. Ito po ang isa sa napakalaking grotesque crime in the world. Nandun po yung drugs, gun smuggling, at human trafficking. And I would like to say that we are also doing the monitoring of the victims of human trafficking to be able to repatriate them, to be able to assist them if needed sa kanilang mga legal impediments or assistance, and to be able to have a reintegration once they come back home in Manila. And just for our Namibia fisher folks, we were able to get also their salaries from their employers through the help also of our DMW and the Department of Foreign Affairs and our OFW party list. We're very happy with all these things that we have been doing for the human trafficking victims.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Congresswoman. You know, this has been a nagging problem, no? Since 2004, since I came in as a neophyte congressman in the 13th Congress. Even if I am a district congressman, Madam Speaker, I've been traveling to the Middle East since 2004. In 2004, I was the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights. And I've been checking on the problems of the OFWs in many of those countries. In fact, I was one of those that actually supported the our OFWs going to the Middle East countries to become domestic helpers, to, in a way, hinder them to come because of problems we have. Now, you talk about corruption. Since 2004, we have a lot of women of minor age that has been allowed to travel abroad. And even the LGUs in the island of Mindanao were even giving birth certificate that shows that they are actually of the majority age, and they're not. And the Immigration Bureau, of course, should not in any way allow some of our women who are actually minors to leave the country to work abroad. But it seems that even during that time, even today, it has remained unchecked. And that has always been, Madam Speaker, a nagging problem to me. Now, of course, human trafficking is not only a Philippine problem.
Yeah.
It's a global problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing is this, Madam Speaker. It has become a nagging problem in this country. Why? Because we have a lot of our people that are poor and need to work abroad. So, Ang ginagawa po ng ating mga kababayan ay kapit sa patalim yan. Oo. Na kahit sila hindi pwede mag-abroad sapagkat minor de edad.
Yeah.
So just imagine, mga 15-year-old na mga kababayan, 16, 17, ay nakakakuha ng birth certificate.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, na sila ay 19, 20. Pagkatapos niyan, napupunta ron sa immigration desk sa airport. Nakakawala.
Totoo po.
Na-approve. Samantalang meron po tayong mga Filipino missionaries who are going abroad to do missionary work. And they're even offloaded in the airport immigration. While a good number of our women who are of minor age are able to leave. I'd like to find out, Madam Speaker, distinguished Congresswoman, if you're aware of that.
Yes, Madam Speaker, our distinguished congressman, our colleague, definitely po, I was aware of that, but I didn't even know na 2004 ay talagang very rampant na ito. I only really came to know about it during our television program, and it was a lot of our OFWs are complaining and having this kind of problems with the human trafficking.
Siguro, Madam Speaker, batang-bata pa kayo nung panahon.
Yes, bata pa po, bata pa lang po. And distinguished congressman, it is a distinguished colleague of mine, I would like to say that human trafficking is rampant even in the provinces because the one that they are getting are the headhunters, you call them headhunters, are the people that are close to the victims, to those willing victims, either parent, relative, close friend, and so on and so forth. They are the one given a certain amount of money just to convince the victim. Once you convince the victim and the transportation, once there is the money involved of giving, usually if you get a job, usually you will be the one to give something for all the expenses, medical, whatever. This time they give you money, the headhunter give you money, somebody close to you, you will be transported to a place. Whenever there's already money involved and transport, that is already very suspicious. You have to know that's already human trafficking. Why is it happening that in the immigration, even a minor can pass? Because they already have cahoots with these officers, not in general, but some are in cahoots with this organization, the human traffickers. And it is worldwide. We have 10 million Filipino men, women, and children that are victims of human trafficking yearly. That was 2019 report of the United Nations on Drug and Crimes. And that was reported by John Ashney. And the very reason that we are now having to talk about this, because it is not something that we have to just ignore. This is really serious, and we would like to protect and safeguard our Filipino men, women, and children not to be victims of human trafficking, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you actually believe that there is connivance between the LGU and some, no, not all, but some of our immigration officers, and there is real corruption as far as there would not be any human trafficking in our country if there are no corrupt officials in the Bureau. Am I right, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam. Yes, distinguished colleague.
Therefore, Madam Speaker, I would in any way commend you and support you
Thank you so much.
to be able to expose, Madam Speaker, not just tell the whole world what's happening, but expose some of those scrupulous people in the Bureau of Immigration once and for all to be able to check on human trafficking. Would you support me on that?
Of course, definitely, distinguished colleague. And we are calling the attention of this August chamber to be able to step in and look forward so that we could say something that we are really serious on this legislation and we hope to stop human trafficking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
dear
po.
colleague.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, my fellow colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, if I may. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, may we recognize Congressman Dan Fernandez of the
Santa Rosa.
Lone District of
Santa Rosa.
Laguna, Santa Rosa, Laguna.
Thank you so much.
The Honorable Dan Fernandez is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. While I was listening a while ago with the discussion, I just found out that you were discussing this international problem that we have right now. And it just struck my mind this morning that I was watching sa YouTube about this human trafficking. And I was able to come out with the movie titled Sound of Freedom. Have you heard about the Sound of Freedom, Madam Speaker?
I don't, I have watched the others, but I don't think I was able to watch
Yes.
the song.
This Sound of Freedom was banned in United States for 10 years. And this was, I think, produced by Tim Ballard. And ang bida po dito ay si Jim Caviezel. Siya po yung lumabas sa Passion of Christ.
Yes, yes.
And in this movie, it was exposed by Tim Ballard, a CIA agent, regarding the international human trafficking that is happening in the whole world.
Yes.
And according to him, ito pong human trafficking already exceeded the drug problems that we have in the whole world. And it just reminded me that the reason why this movie was banned in the United States for 10 years dahil maraming involved sa Hollywood elites. And it struck me when you were discussing with our colleagues the problem that is now going around in this country of ours. I thought that the Philippines was still at far away from this problem of the international human trafficking. And medyo nakakagulat, no? And I was trying to find out yung Sound of Freedom that was produced 10 years ago. And now, pinalabas na po sa Amerika.
Okay.
And it's really gaining grounds on all the American people who are trying to watch the movie. And it will really move you,
Yeah.
according to them. And as a matter of fact, I'm trying to find out where I can watch it. But accordingly, sa Netflix, sa YouTube, sa Amazon, sa Disney, lahat sila, ibinan nila.
Oh.
Because accordingly, may involvement ang mga Hollywood elites dito sa international human trafficking. And I think this is the high time that we discuss thoroughly this matter as well.
Yes.
At kaisa niyo po ako, Madam Speaker, knowingly that actually, kanina umaga, pinag-iisipan ko pa lamang itong international human trafficking that is the number one crime in the whole world. And ngayon, I will be involved together with all the colleagues that have interest on trying to solve this problem. Maraming salamat, Madam
Thank you
Speaker.
so much, Kong Dan. Salamat po. And I would like to commend our colleagues for being on the same page with us. And the OFW party list will not stop. And I will be, of course, needing the support of our Speaker, Martin Romualdez, and our colleagues in the August Chamber. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you too. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Magsino to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
The speech of the Honorable Magsino is put in record. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we also recognize the guests of the Honorable Sia Alonto Jong and Kong Yeser Balindong. They are Lanao del Sur Governor Mamintal Adjong Jr., Marawi City Mayor, Mayor Majul Gandamra, Madam Indira Maila Adjong, Alexander Alonto, Taib Datu Dakula, Fahad Makabando, Barangay Chairman Sihawi A. Lala, Barangay Chairman Jawar R. Dumato, Barangay Chairman Osama D. Makabangon, Barangay Chairman Amin M. Dimal, Barangay Chairman Hamdi Faisal, Abdul Khalid Alonto, Ahmad Asyahari Alonto. Madam Speaker.
To the guests of Congressman Z. Alonto Adjong, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would also like to recognize the guests of Representative Leody Odi Tariela of the Lone District of Occidental Mindoro, the local government officials from the Municipality of Sablayan, Province of Occidental Mindoro, namely Municipal Mayor Walter B. Marquez, Municipal Vice Mayor Edwin Mintu, Sangguniang Bayan members, Clarinda Alvarez Lorenzo, Alfredo C. Ventura Jr., Marfin Dulay, Manuel Tadeo, Conchita Di Maculangan, Mark Anthony Legaspi, Nancy Landicho, Fernando Balao Jr., Harold S. Cortez, Abraham Padua, Cristeta Vigilia, and other officials, namely Fe Santos, Engineer Admer Trilliana, R. Chris Canillo, and Dr. Rodrigo Castillo.
To the guests of the Honorable Leody Odi Tariela, welcome to the House of Representatives. And may I repeat that the speech of the Honorable Marisa Del Mar Magsino be referred to the Committee Rules together with its manifestations and interpellations. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize the guests of Honorable Representative Harris Christopher M. Ongchuan of the 2nd District of Northern Samar, namely Mayor Marisa Luisa Menzon and Mayor Laping of Northern Samar.
To the
Lapinig, I'm sorry.
To the guests of the Honorable Harris Christopher Ongchuan, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Yasser Alonto Balinding of the 2nd District of Lanao del Sur for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Yasser Alonto Balinding is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah upon us all. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, the 2023 Hajj has just been concluded. It is one of the largest and most logistically challenging gatherings of people on earth. Performing Hajj is a life goal for us Muslims who are expected to join the pilgrimage at least once in our lifetime, if we are financially and physically capable. The profound significance of this activity to more than 10 million Muslims in the Philippines prompted Congress to create and maintain the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, or NCMF, under Republic Act Number 997. The law specifically mandates the NCMF to administer all programs, projects, and activities, formulate the necessary rules and regulation, and coordinate with pertinent offices to ensure the success of the annual Hajj or pilgrimage to Makkah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In short, the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos must ensure the success of the Hajj. But under the present leadership in the NCMF, the success of the Hajj continued to be desired rather than expected. Just last year, under the same leadership of Secretary Giling Mamundyong, nearly 400 Filipino Muslim Hajj pilgrims bound for Saudi Arabia were stranded because their flights were canceled, despite their payment on time of the required fees. There were also other issues that attended the Hajj last year. For this reason, this representation, together with Honorable G. Alonto Adjong and Honorable Mujib Hataman, filed House resolution directing the appropriate committee of this august chamber to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the failure of the NCMF officials to fulfill the mandate in ensuring the success of the annual Hajj. Notwithstanding the admonition regarding their obligation under the law and the recommendation of the Committee on Muslim Affairs, the concerned officials of the NCMF under the leadership of Secretary Mamundyong again failed to meet the expectation of the 2023 Filipino Hajj pilgrims to Makkah. They failed to comply with the mandate of the law in ensuring the success of the Hajj. The main question, Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, is, do we have a competent leader in the NCMF to do the job? We Muslims ask ourselves the next question: are the Filipino Muslims willing to sacrifice their life goal to perform Hajj under an incompetent leader? This representation, together with the other Muslim legislators in this august chamber, believes in due process. In fact, during the hearing of the 2022 Hajj, we listened carefully to NCMF Secretary Mamundyong when he tried to explain his side on the Hajj controversy last year, even blaming before us his subordinates, whom he alleged to have failed to inform him of what happened that caused hardship to the 2022 Filipino pilgrims. Although we were all well aware of the concept of command responsibility. We were also mindful of the principle of sabr, or patience, and so we held back our disappointment. Thus, we give Secretary Mamundyong another chance to prove his worth, considering that sabr, or patience, is one of the most important actions of the heart mentioned in the Quran. But there are other principles that we also need to take into consideration. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, this representation believes that principle of reason must also be addressed. For us Muslims, being rational means rejecting oppression and injustice and embracing the divine call for justice. Justice, as defined in the Quran, commands mankind to behave in a fair and just manner. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has commanded us to protect the rights of others, to be fair and just with people, to side with the one who is under oppression, to help and be fair with the needy and orphans, and to be just and not go beyond the boundaries set by Allah, even with our enemies. As a member of this august chamber, Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, I believe that reason and justice require that the law which this legislature has passed must be applied fully with reason and with justice. After considering the outcome of the 2023 Hajj under the leadership of Secretary Mamundyong in the NCMF, we can say that the success of the annual Hajj, or Filipino pilgrims, is more imaginary than real. A congressional investigation, therefore, will clarify whether the allegations of malfeasance, misfeasance, nonfeasance, or even graft and corruption have basis. Simply put, did the NCMF, under the leadership of Secretary Mamundyong, properly administer and coordinate its programs and activities to ensure that Filipino pilgrims receive proper accommodation, food, and transportation? Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the 2023 Hajj under the administration of Secretary Mamundyong is the most expensive Hajj, in addition to the published 3,501, or almost 192,000, excluding the cost of the tickets to and from Saudi Arabia, the NCMF still required the pilgrims to pay $63 or $3,456 more, allegedly for ground services, although $428 or 23,498 pesos for ground services had already been previously paid and included in the published Hajj fees. We do not know the legal basis of this additional fee, as the full schedule of fees should have been published before application for the 2023 Hajj was announced open, but the pilgrims had no choice but to pay. It is the NCMF under the leadership of Secretary Mamundiong which contracted the service provider for hotel and tent. We were informed that a certain Muat Arishi of Aber International Limited Company was given the contract to be the service provider for hotel accommodation, including food in Makkah and Medina. How did the NCMF, under the leadership of Secretary Mamundiong, award the contract to a relatively new company such as Aber International Limited Company? Some pilgrims were complaining that their hotel accommodation was old, dilapidated, and in some instances, no water or with limited water supply and with cockroaches. We want to see the signed contract in order to know which hotels were selected, as there are allegations that the actual hotels provided our pilgrims were different from those in the contract. All pilgrims were expecting, as anyone else, that there would be not more than 4 persons in one hotel room. But it appears that 6 or more persons were pressed into one room. Hotel accommodation should not be more than 1 kilometer from Masjid al-Haram or the mosque including the Kaaba in Makkah, and should all be in the same area so that the NCMF can readily assess the pilgrims in case of inconveniences. But it seems that this was not the case. Our pilgrims are complaining that the food served to them is insufficient and not commensurate with what they paid. This we would like to know. As to the tent accommodation for Masahir, several video footages are circulating showing the crowded situation in the tents. Some pilgrims were not able to sleep properly. Their breakfast, consisting of 2 bread and vegetable, and their lunch came very late, even reaching them at a dinner time. How can our pilgrims focus if this was the case? What did the NCMF, under the leadership of Secretary Mamundiong, do to properly coordinate the activities? Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, each pilgrim paid 264 or 14,473 pesos for transportation. But the bus service was at its worst. The pilgrims would just have to pick up peoples for the ritual of stoning the Jamara at Mina and leave Musdalifah not later than sunrise. But many of them were not able to proceed immediately because their bus did not arrive. Some of them were able to advance late at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Others had to keep pace by walking about 5 kilometers under the scorching heat of the desert sun, without food and water. They even consumed leftover bottled water discarded by other pilgrims and tap water in the toilet, which may not be fit for human consumption, just to quench the heat and move on in order to comply with the requirements of the Hajj ritual. Some even collapsed. This happened because the NCMF, under the leadership of Secretary Mamundiong, failed to properly administer and coordinate all programs and activities to ensure the success of the Hajj. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, last year about 400 Filipino pilgrims were stranded on their way to Saudi Arabia under the leadership of Secretary Mamundiong. This year, 51 Filipino pilgrims were again stranded on their way back to the Philippines because they were not able to board their scheduled flight with Saudi Air. They had to go back to the hotel and wait for about a week for the new arrangement for their trip back home, this time by Philippine Airlines. This sad incident happened because the NCMF, under the leadership of Secretary Kiling Mamundyong, failed to properly administer and coordinate its programs and activities to ensure the success of the Hajj. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, it is clear Secretary Giling Mamundyong should be in charge of the Hajj. He was the Amir al-Hajj. Therefore, we cannot conclude that the 2023 Hajj was a success for the NCMF. This representation would like, therefore, to ask this august body to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation through the Committee on Public Accounts and the Committee on Muslim Affairs into the failure of the NCMF under the leadership of Secretary Mamundyong to ensure the success of the 2023 Hajj, and recommend the prosecution and or replacement of the concerned officials as may be warranted by the facts that may be found in the appropriate committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Balindong to the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion to refer the speech of Congressman Balindong to the Committee on Rules. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong is recognized to deliver his privileged speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the sovereign creator of the universe, the God of no equal. Peace and blessings be upon the last messenger of God, the seal of the prophets, Muhammad, whom God chose to be the bearer of his holy message and his sign of mercy unto mankind. Peace and blessings be upon the pure progeny of the prophet and to his fortunate companions. Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Madam Speaker, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. I rise with a heavy heart, burdened with the knowledge and the circumstance that I am about to share with this august body today. This concerns the plight endured by over 7,000 Filipino Hajj pilgrims under the care of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, or NCMF, during the 2003 Hajj pilgrimage. Madam Speaker, the Hajj, as prescribed by the 5 pillars of our faith, represents the ultimate act of worship and submission to the will of Allah. It is a journey undertaken by millions of Muslims worldwide, converging upon Makkah to perform a series of rituals that commemorate the profound legacy of Prophet Ibrahim, or in the Bible, Prophet Abraham, and his family. The act of circumambulating the Kaaba, the symbolic stoning of the pillars representing the evils of this world, and standing in the vast plain of Arafah during the day of Arafah are all acts of spiritual significance that foster a deep sense of unity, humility, and reflection among pilgrims from across the globe. In the Philippines, Madam Speaker, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos is entrusted under Republic Act 9997 with the responsibility of organizing and coordinating the annual Hajj pilgrimage for the Muslim community in this country. The Hajj is not a mere travel arrangement. It is a profound spiritual journey that demands meticulous planning, preparation, and execution. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, under Section 11, Paragraph E of the law, creates a Bureau of Pilgrimage and Endowment under the NCMF for such a task. The law tasks the BPE to, number 1, formulate the necessary guidelines and ensure the timely processing of pilgrims' travel documents. 2, accord pilgrims with free choice regarding transportation, accommodations, and where to purchase logistics, materials, and supplies. 3, accredit qualified sheikhs. And 4, to formulate the annual timetable of Hajj activities. Madam Speaker, it is essential that the NCMF upholds its duty to provide the best possible experience for the pilgrims, ensuring that they can fulfill their religious obligation with dignity and with ease. While the Hajj itself is a spiritual obligation, the proper planning and execution of the annual Hajj is a state obligation, one that this august body has, in its infinite wisdom, tasked the NCMF with, a task which the facts bear out the NCMF failed to perform. Madam Speaker, this is a matter of great significance, not only because it affects Muslim Filipinos, but because it is intimately intertwined with matters of international relations and most gravely, public accounts. Muslims are required to undertake the Hajj at least once in their lifetime. And for many of our Filipino Muslims, they not only have one chance to do so, owing to its great financial weight. This year, Madam Speaker, the NCMF pegged the total cost of each pilgrim at 310,000 pesos. This is a 40% increase from the 185,000 pesos in 2019. Included in that amount are the international airfare costs, the mutawif fees which are paid for the guidance and care of the pilgrims during the Hajj, and all other expenses incurred. The NCMF has decided that our pilgrims will stay close to a month in Saudi Arabia, inclusive of 5 days for the rituals of the pilgrimage. All of this to say that the NCMF, in assisting our pilgrims, handles somewhere close to 2.325 billion pesos, Madam Speaker. Under Republic Act 9997, such collective amounts should be, and I quote, be deposited in a special trust fund which shall be established by the Commission, the expenses from which shall be subject to existing auditing laws, rules, and regulations, unquote. This representation, Madam Speaker, asks the Commission, in the many years since the enactment of the law in 2010, if such a special trust fund has been created and has it been subjected to our existing auditing rules and regulations, are the purchases from such funds consistent with our country's procurement laws and procedures? Madam Speaker, these questions become relevant, especially as reports from Filipino pilgrims who participated in 2023 Hajj pilgrimage under the care of the NCMF have highlighted several alarming issues that need urgent attention. The same issues that have hounded the NCMF's handling of the annual Hajj pilgrimage time and time again. One of the most critical concerns is the failure to ensure proper coordination and transportation arrangement for the pilgrims throughout their journey in Saudi Arabia. It is heartbreaking to hear accounts of disorganization, delays, and logistical challenges faced by the pilgrims. There were incidents where the pilgrims had to endure extended waiting times without adequate information or guidance, leading to the unnecessary stress and discomfort of our pilgrims, especially the senior citizens. At several points, Madam Speaker, Muslim Filipino pilgrims report that as few as 2 buses would be expected to service their contingent of thousands, leading to overcrowding and safety risks. One such incident was after the morning prayers in Muzdalifah. At that time, the pilgrims should have set off from Mina before sunrise. However, as there were only 3 buses ferrying our pilgrims between these 2 sites, our pilgrims, Madam Speaker, waited under the scorching heat in one of the hottest years on record for hours. Even on their return trip, our pilgrims were not spared from delays. 52 of our pilgrims, Madam Speaker, were prevented from boarding their return flight because the travel manifest of the bus they boarded did not bear the names of these passengers. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the accommodations acquired by the NCMF have been reported to be overcrowded and of low quality. It is distressing to learn that Muslim Filipino pilgrims who have saved for years and dedicated considerable effort to embark on this sacred journey had to endure substandard living conditions during this pilgrimage. Photos and videos abound on social media of our beloved countrymen stuffed into small rooms and garages like sardines. Isiniksik na parang mga sardinas. Instead of being able to rest and reflect in preparation for the holy pilgrimage, they are confronted with an undignified situation. Nakakabawas ng dangal, Madam Speaker, ang matrato na parang bagahe na kung saan lang tinambak. More stark are their tent accommodations in the desert. The sweltering desert heat and the lack of proper cooling systems in their tents have not only caused discomfort, Madam Speaker, but also raised concerns about the potential health and safety risk faced by the pilgrims. The provisions of sufficient and nutritious food during the Hajj pilgrimage is of utmost importance. However, the reports indicate that the NCMF has fallen short in this aspect as well. Our pilgrims complain of being provided insufficient, repetitive, and nutritiously deficient food. Photos are everywhere of their meals of canned sausages and eggs, and at times, even cup noodles. These were days when our pilgrims went without entire meals, with only bottled water to get them through the day. Some of these days, Madam Speaker, where the catered food had run out, while on others, the meals did not arrive at the ritual site. Pilgrims who engage in physically demanding rituals and spend long hours in prayer and devotion have been deprived of the nourishment they require to maintain their well-being during this spiritually significant journey. It is outrageous, Madam Speaker, that this is all the Commission had procured for our pilgrims, considering the vast funds at their disposal. The situation for our pilgrims, Madam Speaker, had become so dire at times that it is required a response from the Philippine Embassy in Saudi Arabia in our heroic OFWs. We give our thanks to them amidst all of this chaos. Madam Speaker, this representation asks the Commission where their top officials were during all of this. We have reports from pilgrims that no less than the BPE officer in charge himself was with the Saudi royalty in a swanky 5-star hotel during a good portion of these events. Other staff could not assist because they themselves were pilgrims during this Hajj. It begs the question now, Madam Speaker, how are they expected to perform their obligations under the law and their mandate, their oath of public service, if they themselves are preoccupied with the rituals in which they were to assist others in? Dapat, kung sila ang nandyan, hindi dapat sila magiging pilgrim din dahil yung mga reklamo hindi napupunta sa kanila dahil sila mismo kasali doon sa pinagbibigyan ng serbisyo. If not a total dereliction of their public duty, does this rise to a punishable form of incompetence in the performance of their task? The NCMF claims that the responsibility for delivering the goods and services in Saudi Arabia lies solely with the Saudi service providers. This is incorrect, Madam Speaker, because the Commission has an obligation to coordinate in a timely manner with these service providers to avoid any disruption. Included in this is the authority to file protest on behalf of the pilgrims, demand compensation, and blacklist any involved individual or company that provides substandard services. That is within their power, Madam Speaker. This representation asks the Commission to show proof that it has discharged this obligation of filing protest, demanding compensation, and or blacklisting such errant local service providers. It is vital to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that these issues have been persistent, with similar concerns raised during the 2022 Hajj pilgrimage. Despite the House of Representatives Committee on Muslim Affairs' previous investigation, the technical working group of which was headed by also a member of this representation, these self-same issues remain unaddressed. It is high time, Madam Speaker, to highlight one of the realizations of the TWG, that this issue must be taken up by the Committee on Public Accounts, with the Committee of Foreign Affairs for true and full accountability to be achieved. A full understanding of what led to the misery visited upon our pilgrims requires a full examination of the books, procedures, and negotiations of the NCMF. We are talking about more than 2 billion pesos of our people's hard-earned money on top of the funds that represent the NCMF's annual budget. Mahigit 2 bilyon piso at buhay at kapakanan ng 7,000 Pilipino. It is an amount which should have allowed the Commission to leverage better accommodation and food for our pilgrims from the Philippines. Instead, our pilgrims were greeted with the barest of comforts. Madam Speaker, before I end my speech, I would like to relay a matter which stabs deeply at the heart. Some of my constituents, internally displaced persons from Marawi City, were selected as winners in an NCMF raffle. They were promised an all-expense-paid Hajj pilgrimage in 2019, but due to COVID-19 pandemic, it had to be postponed. They were later reassured that the same offer would be honored for the 2023 Hajj, which was confirmed through official communications from the NCMF. To prepare for the trip, they were asked to pay 4,000 pesos for vaccination fees, but were not provided with official receipts. They fulfilled their visa requirements and made arrangements for accommodations in Manila in anticipation of the journey. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, when the time came, their visa applications were not processed, they were unable to participate in the 2023 Hajj, and all the expenses they incurred ended up being wasted. While the House of the People endeavors to restore Marawi and give aid to its victims, here they are. They are again victimized by the agency which is tasked to protect their religious concern. Madam Speaker, we empathize that we do not bring this matter to the halls of Congress to ask for special treatment for Filipino Muslims, pilgrims, nor is this a religious matter. While the Hajj itself is a sacred religious obligation, the shepherding of our pilgrims toward it by the NCMF is a state obligation. These Filipino Muslim pilgrims deserve a full extent of services and privileges granted to them by the law, as is deserved by all Filipino citizens. It is with this sad state of affairs, Madam Speaker, that this representation asks for an immediate resignation of those who are accountable for the mishandling of the 2023 Hajj in Saudi Arabia. Kung meron pang natitirang kahihiyan sa katawan nila, mag-resign na po sila because it's either a direct incompetence or dereliction of their duties ang naging cause ng mishandling at chaos na nangyari po itong 2023 Hajj. These grave failures in ensuring a successful Hajj for our pilgrims reveal a pattern of incompetence or even dereliction of duty that is unfit for a servant of the people. To find lasting solutions, we must adopt a holistic approach in addressing the challenges faced during the Hajj pilgrimage. It involves not only examining the NCMF operations during the pilgrimage season, but also evaluating their performance throughout the year. Regular audits and consultations with stakeholders can identify shortcomings and areas for improvement. Moreover, Madam Speaker, it is essential to explore partnership with experienced Hajj organizers from other countries to learn from their best practices. By fostering international cooperation, we can gain valuable insights into efficient logistical management, accommodations, and provision of necessary services during the Hajj. The significance of the Hajj pilgrimage goes beyond religious obligation because it is an opportunity to promote cultural exchange and strengthening diplomatic ties with other countries, especially Arab countries in the Middle East. By ensuring that the pilgrimage runs smoothly, we project a positive image of the Philippines to the global Muslim community and foster goodwill and mutual understanding. May Allah guide us in our endeavors and grant us wisdom to resolve these challenges effectively. Madam Speaker, maraming salamat for allowing me to share these thoughts before the esteemed members of this chamber. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Representative Sia Alonte Adjong be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So move, Madam Chair.
There's a motion to refer the speech of the Honorable Zia Adjong to the Committee on Rules. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, before we continue with the privilege hour, may I ask that the following guest of Representative Lawrence R. Defensor of the 3rd District of Iloilo be recognized. They are Jasmine Victoria Hilaire, Zen Julie G. Hilaire, Attorney Vicky G. Hilaire, all from Assumption of Iloilo City. So,
To the guests of the Honorable Lawrence Defensor, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Dan S. Fernandez from the Lone District of Santa Rosa City to avail of the privilege hour. So move.
The Honorable Dan S. Fernandez is recognized.
Thank you,
for his speech.
Madam Speaker. Ang hindi marunong lumingon sa pinanggalingan ay hindi makakarating sa paroroonan. Mga pamosong salita na tinura ng bayani si Dr. Gato C. Rizal. Mga salitang matalinhaga, mga salitang punong-puno ng palaisipan, mga salitang binuo hango sa malalim na pag-iisip upang maikubli ang tunay na kahulugan na di angkop sa kanyang henerasyon, na magdudulot lamang ng kapahamakan sa mas marami niyang kababayan. Ganito ang mga sulat, tula, aklat, at mga malalalim na kahulugan ng mga nobela na sinulat ni Dr. Jose Rizal, na tulad ng Noli Me Tangere. Isang nobelang naglalahad ng pagmamalupit ng mananakop sa magkapatid na si Crispin at Basilio na nagtapos sa pagkabaliw ng kanilang ina na si Sisa. Kapansin-pansin na putol ang istorya. Malalim ang kahulugan ng kwentong ito. Nobelang nilumbag sa Europa na nakaimpluwensya sa revolusyon ng ating mga kababayan na taliwas sa mapayapang pagkilos na ninanais ni Dr. Jose Rizal. Kung taliwas ang interpretasyon ng ating mga revolusyonaryo sa kahulugan ng Noli Me Tangere sa isang madugong revolusyon, meron pa kayang mas malalim na kahulugan ang Noli Me Tangere na gustong iparating sa atin ng ating bayani na si Dr. Jose Rizal? May kinalaman kaya ito sa ating lahi, sa ating pagkakakilanlan, sa ating pinagmulan? Sino nga ba tayo bago dumating ang mga Kastila? Ano ang ating pagkakakilanlan bago tayo tinawag na Pilipino? Tignan po natin ang isang sipi na sinulat ni Dr. Jose Rizal at akin pong babasahin. I do not write this generation. I am writing for other ages. If this could read me, they would burn my books, the work of my whole life. On the other hand, the generation which interprets these writings will be an educated generation. They will understand me and say, not all were asleep in the nighttime of our grandparents. Tagalugin natin, sa abot ng ating kakayanan, hindi ko isinulat ang aking mga obra para sa henerasyon ko. Isinulat ko ito para sa susunod na henerasyon. Kung ito'y maunawaan ng mga naghaharing uri, susunugin nila ang aking mga obra na pinaglaanan ko ng aking buong buhay. Sa isang banda, ang henerasyon na magbibigay ng tamang kahulugan ng aking mga sinulat ay mga matatalinong henerasyon. Maiintindihan nila ako at sasabihin sa kapanahunan ng ating mga ninuno, hindi lahat ay natulog sa kadiliman. Kung ganun, hindi tungkol sa revolusyon ang ibig sabihin ni Dr. Jose Rizal sa Noli Me Tangere, kundi maaaring tungkol sa ating lahi. Kung ang mga dokumento ng ating lahi ang pagbabatayan, ang turo sa atin noon, sa ating kabataan na si Ferdinand Magellan ang nakadiskubre ng Pilipinas noong March 16, 15, 2021. But the reality, in truth and in fact, he merely landed on our shores. And prior to Magellan's arrival in our archipelago, people had already populated nearly all corners of the islands. Our history books are wrong. Ferdinand Magellan did not discover the Philippines or these beautiful islands. The appropriate term used when referring to Magellan's arrival in the country is this. They are among the first Europeans to set foot on these islands. Kung hindi si Magellan na nakadiskubre ng Pilipinas o tawagin na natin munang 7,000 magagandang isla, sino? Napakahirap na katanungan. One that cannot be provided with a concrete answer until we are able to piece together the waves of human migration that led to the settlement of these islands. May 28, 1962. When an American anthropologist of the National Museum of the Philippines discovered the remains of fragment of a skull of a female and the jaw bones of 3 individuals and a bone from the lower leg that dating back to 47,000 years ago. Ito po'y natagpuan sa Tabon Cave in Lipuun Point in Quezon, Palawan. Pakita natin yung news item na pinakikita yung 47,000 years ago na buto na nakita sa Palawan. At ang pangalawa po ay yung tinatawag namang Kalyauman. Noong 2007, sa Calyao Cave, Peña Blanca, Cagayan, in Northern Luzon, ayan po ang nakita doon po sa Palawan. Next, please. Noong 2007, sa Calyao Cave, Peña Blanca, Cagayan, in Northern Luzon, a Filipino archaeologist, Armand Mijares, and his team discovered a human foot bone dating to 67,000 years ago using a uranium series dating method. 67,000 years ago, buto ng tao nakita sa Cagayan. At ang pangatlo po, just recently, 2014 naman, ito po, mga kasamahan, kakaiba. Ang nakita ng mga archaeologists ay ngipin at mga buto ng rhinoceros 75% intact, plus stone tools, plus butchery marks sa mga buto which indicated that the rhino was butchered by early humans 709,000 years ago according sa carbon dating method. These discoveries gave insight into the early human habitation of our country and provided evidence of the country's rich prehistory. It also placed us on the map of early human migration in Asia. Abay, nakakaya naman kay Magellan dahil ang mga grupong ito, ng mga taong ito, beat Magellan in discovering this island by at least 50,000 years. Ang sumunod na grupo of migrants ay ang mga Negritos. Ayan ang mga Negritos natin. Mga Ita, Ati, or Pygmies, small people, kulot ang buhok, maitim ang balat. Naglakad po sila mula sa Africa 30,000 years ago by land, via Sundaland. Yes, lakad lamang sila dahil during that time, dikit-dikit pa ang mga lupa dahil po sa Ice Age. Nagmula ang mga Negritos sa Africa, papunta sa Middle East, pababa ng Pakistan, India, Burma, Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei, Sabah, Palawan, then finally dito, Pilipinas. So ang katanungan, kung ang second human migration came from Africa, which were the small black Negritos, then we can assume that the big Negros of Africa and the small Negritos of this island are somehow related. Iisa po ang black ng Pilipinas at ang black ng Africa, ng Malaysia, ng Thailand, ng India. Iisa po ang tsura nila, height lang ang difference. Iwan po muna natin ang katanungan niya, medyo komplikado. Ano ang ikatlong grupo ng human migration? Ito ang mga Indones. Sila ang first group of Indones came from the Southeast Asian part of the continent and they are fair in complexion, well-built in body size, deep-shaped eyes, and pointed nose. More civilized sila kaysa sa mga Negritos. They know how to build the foundation of their homes, make weapons such as bows and arrows. Sila po yan. The second group of Indones who arrived were different from the first group. They have darker complexion, round body build, thick lips, round-shaped eyes, and crooked nose. Ang ikatlong grupo who live in the country before the Spaniards came were the Malays. The Malays came in the islands with their balangais, their big boats. They are the most civilized among the three groups who came to the country. They have their own language, the form of government and society classification. Ang kanila pong hepe, yung open-called na chief, ang tawag sa kanila datu, the leader of the balangay or the entire tribe. At ang sumunod na klase ng tao, they have the maharlika or the noble class, mandirigma, sundalo ng datu, hindi nagbabayad ng buwis. Ang sumunod po na klase ng tao ay yung timawa o free people. Sila yung mga nagbabayad ng buwis pero libre sila. At ang ikaapat ay alipin na hinahati sa dalawa. Aliping namamahay at aliping sa gigilid. In addition to this, the Philippines takes its name from Philip II, who was the king of Spain during the 16th century, during the Spanish colonization of these islands. Ang ibig sabihin, ang pangalang Pilipinas ay inalay sa hari ng Espanya na si King Philip II. Kaya tayo tinawag na Pilipinas hanggang ngayon, na ito ay may bahid ng pananakop at diskriminasyon. Pananakop sa mahabang panahon at diskriminasyon dahil ang pangalang Pilipinas ay hindi inklusibo. Apat ang klase ng tao nang tayo simulang pagsamantalahan ng mga dayuhan. Una, dugong Kastila na pinanganak sa Espanya na nanirahan sa ating bansa, ang tawag sa kanila first class peninsulares. Ikalawang klase ng tao, dugong Kastila na pinanganak dito, ang tawag sa kanila insulares. Pangatlo, dugong Kastila at dugong Chino, halo, ang tawag sa kanila ay mestizo. At ang panghuli, ang majority na ating mga kababayan, dugong katutubo, ang tawag sa kanila ay Indio, hindi Pilipino. Silang mga purong Kastila at mestizo ang mga Pilipino. Indios, as we were called, was considered a fourth-class citizens in our own lands by the Spanish colonial government. Ang pangalang Pilipinas ay may halong pananakop at diskriminasyon. It is not inclusive, never been, and never will be. And that's the reason why we need to change the name of the country. Eventually change, even if it takes 1,000 years. May binanggit po ang dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa news interview sa Philippine Star noong February 12, 2019. He suggested renaming the country to Maharlika, a word meaning warrior class to pay homage to the country's pre-colonial past. Duterte revived the idea advocated by then-President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Marcos popularized the word Maharlika and named the Maharlika Broadcasting Corporation, the Maharlika Road, and also the Maharlika Hall sa Malacanang was named after it. Marcos promoted the term nobility. Duterte espouses serenity and peace. Former Minister Carlos P. Romulo once said in his book titled Mother America, A Living Story of Democracy, page 59. It states, and I quote, "The fact remains that the Igorots is not Filipino and we are not related." Ang sabi po ni Carlos P. Romulo, na lolo ng ating kasama at kaibigan na Congressman Roman Romulo, na mga Igorot ay hindi Pilipino, and for that matter, pati na rin yung ibang katutubo na hindi nasakop ng Kastila, they are the only ones who were able to preserve our culture, tradition, and religion. Dahil sa kanilang paglaban sa kolonisasyon ng Espanya, that made them preserve their identity. This original culture, tradition, and religion could have been the cultural tradition and religion of this entire nation had it not been disrupted by the colonizing Spaniards. Sa loob po ng 333 taon ng kanilang pananakop, binura nila ang ating kasaysayan, ang ating nakaraan, ang ating pagkatao, ang ating lahi. And because of that long colonization, we are now living with their culture, tradition, and religion. Paano ba tayo sinakop ng mga Kastila sa mabagitan ba ng dahas? Hindi po. kundi sa pamagitan po ng pakikipagrelasyon nang dumating sila dito sa malalayong paglalayag nila. Sila yung mga gutom, uhaw, may mga sakit. Anong ginawa ng ating mga ninuno? Pinakain sila, pinainom at inalagaan ang mga may sakit. Subalit in spite of all the hospitalities we have shown them, para silang mga ahas na kinagat tayo sa ating pagkatalikod at niyurakan ang ating dangal. The Philippine archipelago was home to numerous kingdoms and sultanates with their unique culture, tradition, and religion. Yun ang meron tayo bago sila dumating sa ating bansa. Kingdom of Tundun o Tondo, Kingdom of Namayan, Mandaluyong, Santa Ana, Kingdom of Mai, Mindoro Islands, Kingdom of Sabag and Wakwak ng Pampanga at Apari, Rahanate of Cebu, Kingdom of Sandao sa Palawan at marami pa pong iba. And the oldest kingdom natin was called Lawan, now called Island of Lawan sa Northern Samar. Tama po si former Minister Carlos P. Romulo. Ang mga kaharian at tribo noon na dinasakop ng mga Kastila hindi Pilipino. Napanatili nila ang kanilang identification, napanatili nila ang kanilang pagkatao, hindi sila nagpalit ng kanilang pangalan at apelido na ginawang batas sa pangunguna ni Spanish Governor General Narciso Claveria y Saldúa noong November 1849. The most common Filipino family names often have a Spanish origin tulad ng Santos, Reyes, Cruz, Bautista, Garcia, and even my surname Fernandez. Hindi nagpalit ng kanilang pangalan at apelido, napanatili pa rin ang dugong nananalaytay sa kanilang mga ugat na purong-puro. Ito ang ating mga katutubo. We have to give merit and honor to those kingdoms and tribes who fought the colonizers to preserve their freedom and rights. Salute to them. Now, kung ang pangalang Pilipinas ay may bahid ng pananakop at diskriminasyon, at ang Maharlika ay kapulungan ng mga tao sa isang balangay o tribo sa ating bansa bago dumating ang mga Kastila, meron pa kayang higit na karapat-dapat na pangalan para sa ating bansa? Ayon sa numero 98, Colección General de Documentos Relativos a las Filipinas Existentes en Archivo de Indias de Sevilla, publicada por la Compañía General de Tobacos de Filipinas, tomo de 3, Barcelona, 1920. Sa English po, ito ang sinasabi. Ay libro na tinatawag nilang General Collection of Documents relating to the Philippine Islands. Lahat po ng dokumento na may kinalaman sa Pilipinas ay dito matatagpuan sa librong ito na magsasabi how to locate ang ating bansa. Ito po ay sulat ng eskriba o tagasulat ni Magellan sa kanilang ekspedisyon na si Antonio Pigafetta. History tells us that Pigafetta has the merit to have recorded in his chronicles major events in the Philippine history. And according to him, the navigational guide nung sila po'y nagsimulang maglayag started from the Cape of Good Hope in Africa to India, to Burma, Sumatra, Moluccas, Borneo, Sulu, to China. Then, finally, sa tapat daw ng China ay pulupulong mga isla. Tayo lang naman po ang 7,000 isla sa tapat ng China. Muchos de oros, mayaman sa ginto. Ang according to Pagapeta, ang pangalan ng mga islang ito, Opir. To confirm this, sumulat po tayo kay Chief Antonio Sanchez de Mora of Departamento de Referencias, Archivo General de Indias, Madrid, upang makuha po ng kopya ng mga dokumentong ito. Upang malaman natin kung ang Opir ay isang lugar. Coincidentally, in 1946, sa Tel Kasile, Israel, may nakuwang 2 small ostrakon or pottery or banga or paso, fragments with writing on them dating back to 8th century. At nakasulat doon in Paleo-Hebrew words, Gold of Opir, to Bet Horon, Israel. At ang laman, 30 shekels of gold. This confirms that Ophir was a place from which gold was imported. Marami pong bansa ang nagkiklaim ng pangalang Ophir, tulad ng Sri Lanka, India, Africa, Malaysia, Solomon Islands, Pilipinas at iba pa. Ano bang meron sa pangalang Ophir? Bakit kailangan natin palitan ng pangalang Pilipinas sa Ophir? Do you know that 13 times na binanggit sa Bible ang pangalang Ophir na isa sa mga anak ni Joktan na kapatid ni Peleg, ang ama nila ay si Heber na apo sa talampakan ni Noah na ama ng mga Hebrews. Ang Ophir ay pangalang idinuduktong sa lahing Hebreo. Kung Ophir nga ang Pilipinas ayon kay Pigapetta, at si Ophir ay tao na apo ni Heber na ama ng mga Hebreo, ang ibig bang sabihin ay may dugong Hebreo tayong mga Pilipino? Magandang katanungan, di po ba? Ang Mount Pinatubo, Mount Arayat, Mount Kabuyaw, Mount Banahaw, Mayon Volcano, Taal Volcano, Kabalyan Volcano, at mga salitang Sagada, Ipugaw, Igorot, Eskaya Tribe, at marami pa pong iba. Search nyo lang sa Google. Lahat po yan. Hebrew words. Mga lugar na naging saksi sa kasaysayan ng mga unang tao dito. And even Father Chirino, a Jesuit historian, said that the Tagalog language has the mystery and obscurities of the Hebrew language. May pagkakahawig daw ang Tagalog na baybayin at ang Hebrew language. Ask nyo ang mga taga-Eskaya tribe sa Bohol, ano lingwahe nila at saan nanggaling ang lahi nila. Now, pagkakataon lang ba yun na sinabi ni Antonio Pigapetta sa harap ng China ay pulo-pulo ng isla na mucho de oros, mayaman sa ginto? The Philippines has the second largest gold deposit in the world after Africa. Maraming magsasabi, mag-move on na tayo, mag-move forward na tayo. Mas maraming problema ang bansa na dapat nating iprioridad. Ayos na yan, Pilipinas na lang, di naman natin makakain yan. Pagpapalit ng pangalan and so on and so forth. Tama po, move on na tayo. Noon pa man, move on na tayo. Inabot na nga tayo ng 136 years pagkatapos sa tayo lumaya sa mga imperialista na hindi natin alam na saan tayo nanggaling. And remember, more than 3 million Filipinos were killed during the colonization of Spain and the United States. And then, binenta tayo ng Espanya sa Amerika sa kapwa nila Europeans. Bata at matatanda, pinagpapapatay nila just to Christianize us and civilize us. Sila ang nagsabi niyan. History ang nagsabi niyan. Hindi po ako. Read your history. Dahil yun daw ang dahilan sa pagsakop sa atin. Dahil sa reliyon, papatay sila kapag di ka sumunod. Inquisition ang kahantungan mo. And to civilize us. Anong sabi ni Pigapetta dito? Anong sabi niya rito? They, tayo daw, are better people than greater merchants and richer, more well-dressed and more honorable than the Chinese. Mayaman tayo, civilized tayo, at silang mananakop ang naglagay sa ating kasalukuyang kinalalagyan nating kahirapan. Anong sabi ni St. Thomas sa Gospel ng Thomas? When you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will know that it is you that who are the sons of the living Father. But if you do not know yourselves, then you will be in a state of poverty, and it is you who will be the poverty. Pag nakilala natin ang ating sarili, then you will be known. Makikilala tayo sa buong mundo bilang Ophir, and we will know that we are the sons of the living Father. Pero kung di natin makikilala ang ating sarili, we will continue to be ignorant. Katulad ng gustong mangyari ng mga Kastila, ganyan tayong mga Pilipino. Ayos na yan, Pilipinas na lang. Huwag na nating hanapin ang ating tunay na pangalan at pagkatao. Then ano? Ang sabi ni St. Thomas, you are in poverty, and it is you who are the poverty. Mananatili tayo sa kahirapan. Tama nga si Dr. Jose Rizal. Tayo nga ang educated generation na binabanggit niya sa kanyang mga sipi, tula at awitin that will be able to decode his writings and novels.
Madam Speaker.
Dahil ang kabataan...
Madam Speaker. With the indulgence of... Madam Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
With the indulgence of the good gentleman,
Madam
Dan
Speaker,
Fernandez.
I'm almost done, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
You may
I
proceed.
withdraw.
Kailangan nating balikan ang ating nakaraan upang upang marating natin ang ating isang magandang bukas. Mr. Speaker, I hope this 19th Congress will be a tool to find out who we really are. Sama-sama po tayo, buong bayan, buong bansa, mula Apari hanggang Hulo, balikan po natin ang ating nakaraan upang marating natin ang ating paroroonan. At sa panghuli, gusto ko pong iwan ang panganalita na binitawan ni General Jacob H. Smith. Hindi po para purihin siya, kundi para alipustain. Siya po ang namahala sa ginawa nilang pagpatay sa ating lahi mula 10 taon pataas, bata, matanda. He said, I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn. The more you kill and burn, the better it will please me. Dito po tayo nagtatapos ang aking speech. Panoorin po natin ang sinabi niya.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Dan Fernandez of the Lone District of Santa Rosa to the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion to refer the speech of the Honorable Dan Fernandez to the Committee on Rules. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have guests from the Japan-Philippines Parliamentarians Friendship League, and I would like to mention their names, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, our delegation from the House of Representatives of Japan and members of the Japan-Philippines Parliamentarians Friendship League, we have Honorable Hiroshi Moriyama, the chairman of the JPPFL. We have Shinsuke Okuno, their vice chairman. Honorable Taku Otsuka, the Secretary General. Honorable Hideki Miyauchi, Executive Director. Honorable Yamato Aoyama, the Deputy Secretary General. His Excellency Kazuhiko Kashikawa, the Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines. Ms. Haruko Matsui, Secretary for Honorable Otsuka. Mr. Yusuke Takahashi, staff from the House of Representatives. Mr. Makoto Hayashi, the Deputy Director General, Southeast and Southwest Affairs, Department of Asia. Ms. Yuri Takeno, Assistant Director, 2nd Southeast Asia Division, Southeast and Southwest Asian Affairs Department. Mr. Tomoyuki Hanami, First Secretary, Embassy of Japan. Ms. Yukari Lili Koike, Secretary, Embassy of Japan. And we have members of the Department of Foreign Affairs. We have our former colleague and Ambassador Maylene Garcia Albano, the Ambassadress of the Embassy of the Republic of the Philippines in Japan, and Director Princess Tomas Tayao. Madam Speaker.
Yes, to our guests from the Japan-Philippines Parliamentarians Friendship Leagues, headed by the Chairman, the Honorable Hiroshi Moriyama. Guests from the Japan Embassy, led by our Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines, Mr. Kazuhiko Koshikawa. And guests from the Embassy of the Philippines, Ambassador Maylene Garcia Albano. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for 5 minutes.
Session suspended.
Akala ko, nakalimutan ko. Nakalimutan ko. Rules.
Interested kami sa video.
Dyan.
Using only OTG.
Bernardo natin.
Ha? Wala na. Tayo nakakita nun sa likod.
Gumagana ng red tag. Bakit tayo nakapag-selfie sa atin isang hapon?
My sister-in-law, si Milen. Ito. Kaya ikaw lang naglakas loob eh, no? Ang galing mo eh.
Ambassador D sends his regards. Princess po, I was informed of your request. Nagpunta kayo.
Majority Leader.
Point of order before the referral of the privileged speech of our distinguished Honorable Congressman Dan Fernandez. And I wish to apologize for interrupting him because of the exigency at hand that the Japanese parliamentarians are here. So I would like to withdraw first the referral and make him finish his privileged speech, Madam Speaker. So move.
And may I also solicit a motion from the Majority Leader to extend the privilege hour, please?
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
and we would like to also ask for the extension of the privilege hour.
There's a motion to extend the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Thank
Majority
you so much,
Leader.
Madam Speaker and the Majority Floor Leader. The apology is accepted due to the importance of the delegation that we have to accept on this Congress. Tapos na rin po naman ang aking privilege speech, Madam Speaker. Yun nga lang po, yung video na supposedly ay ipi-play ko po, ay hindi ko po na-i-play. So, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, this representation would like to present a small video for the perusal ng ating pong mga kasamahan na narito po ngayon. So, play na po natin.
Yes, please proceed to play the presentation from the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Speaker, maraming pong salamat and I submit.
Salamat din. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honorable Dan Fernandez for his wonderful privileged speech and presentation. At this point, Madam Speaker, we move to refer the speech of the Honorable Dan Fernandez to the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion to refer the speech of the Honorable Dan Fernandez to the Committee on Rules. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we would like to recognize Representative Franz Castro for her privileged speech on GSIS pensions and benefits.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized for her privileged speech.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Magandang hapon sa inyo po at sa kapwa ko kinatawan dito sa Kongreso. Hayaan niyo po akong magsimula gamit ang paalalang nakatitik sa ating batas ukol sa punot dulo ng Social Security or Social Insurance. Noong 1991, sinabi ng Korte Suprema, kinukuha ng korting ito ang oportunidad upang muling idiin ang aming palagiang malasakit para sa kapakanan ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan, lalo na ang maliliit na rank and file. Silang mga nagtiyaga at nagsipag at nagkaroon ng dedikasyon sa tungkulin ay madalas nakaliligtaan. Ngunit sa kabila ng katiting na pagpapahalaga, ay masikap na kumakayod upang tuparin ang mga gawaing tinalaga sa kanila. Ito ang katwiran sa likod ng simpatiya ng batas ukol sa panlipunang pasiguruhan o yung tinatawag nating Social Security or Insurance para sa mga benepisyaryo nito at ang batas, sarili nitong takda ay nangangailangan ng maluwag na pagpapakahulugang pabor sa kanila. Ito ay mula sa Domingo Vicente versus Employees Compensation Commission noong decision noong January 1991. Natutuwa kami, Madam Speaker, na pinagpapatuloy ng Korte Suprema ang progresibong pagtingin na ito para sa mga manggagawa sa pamahalaan, ang mga nasa civil service. Noong Marso 1 ngayong taon, nag-promulgate ang Korte Suprema ng desisyon ukol sa di makatarungan, walang katwiran at labis-labis na interes sa arrears at penalty na sinisingil ng GSIS o ng Government Service Insurance System. Ang kasong ito ay tungkol kay Ma'am Clarita Aclado. Isa po siyang public school teacher na nag-retire noong Agosto 2016. Ayon sa GSIS, mayroon siyang 7 outstanding loan accounts bago siya mag-retire. Hindi sinunod ni Ma'am Aclado ang payo ng GSIS na mag-console loan para daw ma-waive ang penalties and surcharges. Sa ibang salita, pinayuhan siyang magdagdag ng utang para mabawasan ang utang. Dahil dito, siningil siya ng GSIS ng interest on arrears na 12% per annum, compounded monthly, at penalty na 6% per annum, compounded monthly. Ang resulta, nag-retire si Teacher Clarita ng may zero cash surrender value o yung CSV. At 163,302 lamang ang retirement pay niya. Sa kanyang hinaing claim sa GSIS, ilan sa mga sinabi ni Ma'am Clarita ay hindi siya kumuha ng dalawa sa 7 loans na sinasabi ng GSIS na meron siya. Ang Emergency Loan Assistance o yung ELA at ang Summer 1-Month Salary Loan o yung SOS. At wala siyang record ng loan para sa mga ito. Humingi rin siya na mabawasan ang interest ng arrears at penalties. Noong November 12, 2019, 3 pahinang desisyon lang ang ginamit ng GSIS upang pinal na iwasiwas ang claims niya na ibalik sa kanya ang mga sobrang kaltas sa kanyang retirement claims. Sinabi ng GSIS na wala silang record ng monthly payments para sa ELA at SOS, pati ang Enhanced Salary Loan at Educational Assistance Loan niya. Dininay din hanggang sa dulo ng GSIS Board of Trustees, pati ng Court of Appeals ang kanyang apila dahil daw nag-file siya ng apila lagpas sa deadline. Ika nga ng Korte Suprema, napakasaklap na bilang sukli sa isang dekada at napakahirap na serbisyo ni Ma'am Aclado, 163,322 pesos lang ang ibinigay sa kanya bilang retirement pay. At dagdag pa ron, nang kinestyon niya ito, inisnab pa siya ng GSIS dahil lamang sa napakababaw na procedural grounds. Pinuna ng Korte Suprema ang GSIS dahil hindi nito sinabuhay ang IRR nito na nagsasabing, and I quote, "In the hearing, investigation and determination of any question or controversy, and in exercising any duty or power under the law, and this rule, the board shall act on the merits of the case, with the end in view of promoting justice and equity," unquote. At sa bahaging tinatawag nating quote-unquote substantial law ng desisyon, idiniklara ng korte na walang karapatang maningil ang GSIS na sa di makatarungan, walang katwiran at labis-labis na interes sa arrears at penalty. At ayon nga sa Korte Suprema, and I quote, "Under the circumstances, the court is constrained to declare the interest in arrears equivalent to 12% per annum, compounded monthly, and penalty equivalent to 6% per annum, compounded monthly, imposed by the GSIS on petitioner's loan as unreasonable, iniquitous, and unconscionable." Kinuwenta ng korte ang sinasabi ng GSIS na utang ni Ma'am Clarita. Ang total gross amount sa 7 loans na 147,678 pesos and 83 centavos ay lumobo sa shocking amount na 638,172 pesos and 79 centavos. Framed differently, GSIS collected 432.135% more than the amount petitioner actually received as loan. This despite several partial payments on some of the accounts. Pinuntirya ng korte ang tinatawag na exponential effect ng compounded interest na pinapatong ng GSIS kada buwan sa arrears. Bagay na pinapatong na interest sa penalty na compounded din kada buwan. Ika nga ng korte, interest on interest on interest was added to petitioners' unpaid balance per month, unquote. At sinisingil ito ng GSIS nang wala man lang itong notice o demand. Sa puntong ito ng desisyon, Madam Speaker, inuulit muli ng korte ang batas sa ilalim ng Civil Code at napakahabang jurisprudence na kung susumahin ay nagsasabing, and I quote, "No demand, no default. No default, no interest and penalty." Unquote. Bilang panghuli ay diniin ng korte ang injustisya na nangyari kay Teacher Clarita. Kung sasang-ayunan ng korte ang di makataong interest at penalties na sinisingil ng GSIS. And I quote, "We will not only burn a blind eye to the patent unfairness, injustice by which GSIS treated her request, but also rob her of decades worth of benefits. This we cannot allow." Unquote. Dahil dito, inutos ng Korte Suprema na i-waive ang 12% annual interest sa arrears, maningil ng simple o hindi compounded na penalty at mula lamang sa araw na nag-send ito ng notice o 1 taong bago siya nag-retire. At ibalik kay Teacher Clarita ang labis nitong kinaltas mula sa kanyang retirement benefits. Sa patutunguhan ng kaukulang taunang interes na 6% mula sa araw na naging pinal ang desisyon. Madam Speaker at mga kapwa ko kinatawan, isa lamang si Ma'am Aklado o si Teacher Clarita sa libo-libong public school teachers at kawani ng gobyernong nag-retire sa public service na pinagkaita ng GSIS ng nararapat nilang retirement pay. Dahil sa iba't ibang mga anti-member na gawi at pulisiya nito. Ang kinasapitan ni Teacher Clarita, ang kahihinatnan ng mga libo-libo ring malapit ng mag-retire at nanganganib na masaid ang mga benepisyo nito dahil sa kombinasyon ng di makatarungang interes at walang konsensyang penalty. Ang nasa sentro ng desisyon ay ang mga pulisiya at mga gawi ng GSIS sa loan programs nito. Partikular ang interest and penalties, ang kawalan ng notice sa mga miyembro, at dahil dito, mayorya kundi man lahat ng miyembro ng GSIS o mga government employees ay may interest sa kung magbabagong buhay ang GSIS at ibabasura ang kanilang polisiya at gawi. Bilang naging public school teacher na matagal na ring nagtaguyod ng pamilya sa kanyang napakaliit na sahod, gaya ng marami sa mga empleyado ng mismong ng kamarang ito, may mapait na first-hand experience kami kung ano ang feeling na nasa receiving end ng mala-usurerong kilos ng GSIS. Nandyan ang may utang o arrears ako. Moment pagdating ng retirement. O kahit pa nga ilang taon matapos magretiro. Biglang nag-email sa akin ang GSIS, kakaibang gulpi, gulat din ang mamalayan matapos makita sa GWAPs na milyonaryo na pala ako sa utang. Dahil ang kinuhang policy loan at educational assistant loan ko ay nanganak at nagbunga ng halimaw ngayon. 4 o 5 beses ang laki sa loan proceeds na pumasok sa UMID at partida, may partial payments na yon. Dahil sa napakahalagang epekto ng desisyong ito ng Korte Suprema, nananawagan po ang representanteng ito bilang kinatawan ng mga guro, education support personnel, iba pang government employees at retirees na bumubuo ng 2.5 million active members and pensioners ng GSIS. Ng isang investigasyon kung saan haharap ang GSIS sa Kongreso at sa publiko para bigyang linaw ang mga sumusunod. Una, kumusta ang implementasyon sa mga iniutos ng Korte Suprema sa refund ng kay Teacher Clarita Aklado? Particular ang waiver sa 12% annual interest sa arrears sa mga utang niya. Ang pagpataw ng simple penalty or simple interest na penalty imbis na compounded penalty. At pag-refund sa kanyang mga sobra-sobrang kinaltas mula sa kanyang retirement pay at cash surrender value. Ano ang balak ng kasalukuyang Board of Trustees sa mga pulisiyang tinukoy ng Korte Suprema gaya ng mga iniquitos, unconscionable penalties and interest at kawalan ng notice at demand sa miyembro katulad ng regular statements or account? Karamihan, Madam Speaker, ng ating mga miyembro sa GSIS, kung mayroon mga siman silang loan, ay hindi sila regular o hindi nila nakikita kung ano na ang nangyayari dun sa kanilang account, dun sa kanilang niloan, at ito ay tumutubo na lang ng interest nang hindi namamalayan ng miyembro. Titigil na ba ang usapan sa pag-refund kay Teacher Clarita lang? May reforma bang gagawin ukol sa iba pang mga retirees na katulad ng pinagdaanan ni Ma'am? Sa government employees na nasa active service at apektado ng penalties and interest? Pangatlo, paano din ang ibang issue na lumabas sa kaso ni Teacher Clarita, gaya ng aligasyong nagsulputang loan, kawalan ng monthly payments, isang interagency na lapse or irregularity at walang kontrol ang miyembro, at napakatagal na proseso at desisyon sa retirement claims. Mahigit na 3 taon ang final BOT decision matapos siya mag-retire. May kaso din bang gagawin ukol sa iba pang mga pulisiya ng GSIS na matagal nang nirereklamo ng mga government employees gaya ng CLIP o yung Claims and Loans Interdependency Policy at yung CLASP, ito yung Choice of Loan Amortization Schedule for Pensioners, na ang sabi ng ilan ay nagiging daan para mapilitan silang magbayad ng loan accounts imbes na i-contest ito. Ikalima, may gagawing action ba ang Board of Trustees ng GSIS upang matigil ang pagpapanatili ng GSIS na bulag ang mga miyembro sa aktwal nilang utang at aktwal na kinakaltas sa kanila? At pang-anim, lumang gawi pa rin ba ang pagpapatupad ng mga polisiya sa pamamagitan ng mga board resolutions at iba pang mga issuances nang wala man lamang konsultasyon sa kanyang mga miyembro? Ito ang dahilan kung bakit napalabas at napatupad ng GSIS ang mga polisiya gaya ng di makamiyembrong interes at penalty pati na rin sa CLIP at CLASP. Panghuli, Madam Speaker, hinahanda ng aming opisina ang isang panukalang magmamandato sa GSIS at iba pang mga government financial institutions gaya ng SSS o Social Security System para sa mga empleyado sa pribadong sektor na ibaba ang interest rates ng mga arrears, penalties, and surcharges. Inaasahan namin na susuportahan tayo ng kamarang ito upang isabuhay ang sinasabi sa jurisprudence na, and I quote, sympathy of the law on social security towards its beneficiaries, unquote. Madam Speaker, inatas ng Republic Act No. 8291 o ang charter ng GSIS at ng iba pang mga batas, ang GSIS bilang ahensyang mamamahala sa social security benefits ng mga magtatrabaho sa lahat ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan, maliban sa ilang exceptions gaya ng mga nasa uniform services. Bilang pasiguruhan ng mga naglilingkod sa pamahalaan, ito ang masasandigan dapat ng mga government employees kapalit ng buwanang hulog sa panahon na magre-retire na sila o mawawala ng trabaho, disability o iba pang mga contingency. Hindi maaari sa makatuwid na business as usual mode pa rin ang GSIS sa issue ng malausurang singil at loan practices nito sa kapahamakan ng milyon-milyong pensioners at active GSIS members. Kung masusunod, Madam Speaker, ang mga batas at kung mananaig ang makatwirang interes ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Ang GSIS ay isang GOCC o Government-Owned and Controlled Corporation for Social Insurance. Hindi government-owned and controlled usurero. Yan lamang, Madam Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, maraming salamat at magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Bonifacio L. Bosita of Party List 1 Rider for his interpellation. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Bonifacio Bosita is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kanina lamang po, nabanggit ni Honorable Representative Dan Fernandez, Lone District ng Santa Rosa City, ang kasabihan na ang hindi lumingon sa pinanggalingan ay hindi makararating sa paroroonan. Madam Speaker, tayong lahat ng mga nanunungkulan at iba pang mga public servants ay hindi po makakarating kung nasaan tayo ngayon. Tayong lahat po ay dumaan sa ating mga teachers. Madam Speaker, mga kasama, mga public servants, panahon na po ito para lumingon tayo sa ating mga pinanggalingan, sa hanay ng mga teachers na naging maituturing nating mga bayani at nagsakripisyo para sa ating lahat. Bigyan po natin ng kaukulang pansin at atensyon ang dinadanas ng mga teachers na katulad ng nabanggit po ni Honorable Representative Franz Castro ng ACT Teachers Party List. Gamitin po natin ang ating kapangyarihan sa tamang pamamaraan para naman po sagipin natin ang mga kapatid nating teachers na nagsakripisyo na ngayon po ay nagdudusa. Kaya po, Madam Speaker, sa ngalan po ng One Rider Party List, taos-puso kaming sumusuporta at humihiling po sa ating mga kasamang mambabatas. Bigyan po natin ng sinserong atensyon. Imbestigahan po natin ang nabanggit ni Honorable Representative Franz Castro. Sa ganung pamamaraan po, maibigay natin ang nararapat sa mga kapatid nating teachers na nagdudusa. Inuulit ko po, Madam Speaker, tayong lahat po ay hindi makakarating sa ating kinalalagyan ngayon kung wala po tayong mga teachers ng mga pinagdaanan. Kaya po, taos-puso po tayong humiling na tayo'y magkaisa. Hindi po tayo humingi ng sobra para sa kanila. Ang hinihingi lamang po natin ay ibigay natin ang nararapat para sa kanila. Para naman sa ganung pamamaraan, tayong mga nanunungkulan ay maging kapareho din nila na natatamasa at natatanggap ang mga bagay-bagay at mga benepisyo na para sa kanila. Yun lamang po, Madam Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Franz Castro and the interpellation of Representative Bosita to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to refer the speech of the Honorable Franz Castro together with its interpellation to the Committee on Rules. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to terminate privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House resolution. So move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the resolutions.
Additional reference of business, resolutions. House Resolution 1140, the House of Representatives expressing warmest greetings and congratulations to the Iglesia ni Cristo on its 109th founding anniversary celebration by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1141, directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry into the autocratic decision of the Legal Education Board on the mandatory implementation of the 100% in-person learning modality imposed to legal education institutions which may violate academic freedom by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1142, directing the Committee on Games and Amusement to conduct an investigation on the PCSO-approved 2023 rules and regulations on acceptance, evaluation, and processing of web-based application betting platforms and PCSO operational guidelines on web-based application betting platforms for the duration of the test run period by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1143, congratulating Filipino Mobile Legends team captain David Flapciay Charles Cannon for winning in the 32nd SEA Games Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship held in Cambodia by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1144, commending and congratulating EJ Obiena for being ranked world's #2 in men's pole vault and for becoming the first Asian to break the 6-meter barrier in the sport by Representative Valeriano.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1145, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine women's national football team for securing its historic first win in the 2023 Federación Internacional de Football Association FIFA Women's World Cup match held at the Wellington Regional Stadium in New Zealand on July 25, 2023 by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1146, resolution on strengthening the mutual cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan through the Philippines-Japan Parliamentarians Friendship Society and designating its members by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1146 and that the Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
The
So moved,
Secretary
Madam
General is
Speaker.
directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 1146. Resolution strengthening the mutual cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan through the Philippines-Japan Parliamentarians Friendship Society and designating its members.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1146. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 1146. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1146 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn session until tomorrow, August 1 at 3 p.m. So move, Madam Speaker.
Session is adjourned until tomorrow, August 1 at 3 p.m.